Hello, everybody, and good morning. Hope everybody's doing all right today. Hey, everyone, welcome out to Channel SWU here at Mock's Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington, right near Seattle. And it's a beautiful day. And it's especially beautiful because we got ourselves a PQ going. This is an eternal PQ. Very excited for this. We have about 60 players, give or so. And we're already getting paired, round one, paired up. So we're going to get those all set up, set down. And once they're ready, we're going to swap over to there. For those of you who don't know, the Eternal format is an all-new format with Star Wars Unlimited that just happened with the new Lawless Time set. Because rotation happened. That means the first three sets from Star Wars Unlimited, Spark of Rebellion, Shadows of the Galaxy, and Twilight of the Republic, rotated out for its premier legal play. Eternal, however, keeps them all in. So we're going to keep all those in here. Players are currently still setting up. Now, what was interesting is that before this rotation happened was we used to have several banned cards in Premiere. Let's take a look at that real quick. So if y'all recall, this is what the banned cards in Premiere were before we even started. Jango Fett, Boba Fett, that both Fetts, the two leaders were banned, plus Triple Dark Ray, DJ, and Force Throw. And now, this is what the banned list looks like in Eternal. There are none. And that's going to make this whole meta very, very interesting because no one really knows what anyone's going to play. Without any bans, that means we could see all kinds of decks, but we have a lot of potential decks that we think we are going to see. For example, one of the big ones that people are expecting is the Jango Fett Tarkin Town deck. This is probably the biggest boogeyman of the set. Jango Fett got banned for a reason, and now he's back. Because of this, he does have powerful board control combos thanks to his leader ability, where anytime a friendly unit deals damage, Jango Fett can then exhaust that enemy unit, preventing that enemy unit from being able to attack and deal any kind of damage back to Jango. And he's got a lot of strong space units that just showed up that now further enhances him. He was banned before cards like the new Punishing one. That has helped out Jango Fett quite a bit. He's got IG 2000, he's got even just like the Black Sun Starfighter. So thanks to that, he's got even more upgrades and is potentially even stronger than he was before. And combined with the unbanned Triple Dark Raid, it makes it very, very easy for him to find his spaceships. He's also surprisingly fast. It wouldn't seem like it, but because he's able to just completely exhaust the opponent's board, this means that Jango Fett can very quickly finish the game because he's the one constantly pushing damage. And anytime he gets damage on any of them, he uses Tarkin Town to finish him off. We're going to begin starting in round one in just a little bit. We'll go over the rest of the possible meta decks in between all the rounds when we can. Have some player announcements happening right now. I'm going to try to not interrupt. Between rounds, what I will do is I will make sure to... I'll be sure to find out what the meta breakdown is for everybody. So look forward to that in the coming rounds. Still got some player announcements going on, just bear with me. Ooh, we're actually going to start off with a bit of a spicy matchup. Okay, that's pretty exciting. We're going to have an Asajj versus Anakin to begin with. We'll get those going for you in just a second here. All right. Okay, it looks like they're about ready. We'll get their player names and all that up for you in just a moment. I'm sorry, this is we got Anakin versus Jango Fett. Looks like the Asajj player is going to be on the backup table. Hopefully I get these player names right. We got Justice versus Nicholas, and they're already going. The Anakin's in the data vault, which means he does have 33 hit points. Jango Fett leads off with Crafty Smuggler, classic starter. We got Adi Gala over for Anakin, so we could see some potential force throw shenanigans coming from Anakin. That we'll have to see. Going into the 3 resource turn. Wow, we're starting aggressive. Is that a Sith Holocron onto the Crafty Smuggler, putting 4 damage right onto the Anakin base right away. I'm sorry, he took out Adi Gala, and Cassian Andor played for Anakin here. So no base damage yet. So we got Justice on Anakin, Nicholas on Jango. Here's the triple Dark Raid, the once banned card. So he's going to look at the top 8 cards of his deck, and he can find a space unit out of that. It's going to cost 5 less, and then return to his hand at the end of the phase. So a lot of people like to combo this with that Imperial Dark Raid, or sorry, the Imperial Ruthless Raider, which allows him to get 2 damage in against the base and hit a unit, which then allows Jango to exhaust the unit, plus the Ruthless Raider can attack, get some more damage in, and then goes right back to his hand. It looks like he's got some decisions to make, though. He still has 1 extra resource, so if he gets something a little more expensive, he could still pay 1 to help pay for it. We're going to see the War Juggernaut. So the War Juggernaut's going to deal 1 damage to every unit, for every unit that he wants. It gets +1/+0 for each unit that has a damage on it. So he puts it on Cassian Andor, exhausting it with Jango's ability. Nicholas responds with red 5. Not bad, considering he's got damage on all of his own units. And you can see Justice actually put the point of damage on Crafty Smuggler intentionally, because this is going to give the War Juggernaut a little bit of extra power. And now we've got our first base damage coming in. Crafty Smuggler cracks in for 4. Nicholas claims initiative. I even see War Juggernaut put a point of damage on itself, too, to give another extra attack power just to get that damage into the base. There should be 6 more damage. A very powerful start. That's what Triple Dark Raid does. Nicholas does have the initiative now, though. Oh, sorry, Justice has initiative now. Yep, he's going to use Red 5, dealing damage to Crafty Smuggler on Red 5's attack, taking it out, plus 3 damage into Nicholas's base. Now Django's got an empty board going into the 5 resource turn, and this is actually pretty dangerous for Django because he really wants units out. 5 resources is when Django typically deploys, but there's a punishing one. When played, deals a point of damage, exhausting that Cassian Andor. Queen Amidala comes down. Queen Amidala comes in with 2 spy tokens. Suddenly he's threatening a lot of damage. Now Django's got some decisions to make. He is able to attack with Jango Fett, could potentially get a little more base damage in, but, you know, Anakin does get stronger the more his own base is damaged. That's also something he's got to consider, especially since Anakin does have the 33 hit point Data Vault base, whereas Jango Fett is on Tarkin Town. Only it starts with 25, so he's going to play it safe and just take out a spy. Surprisingly defensive play from Jango Fett. However, what we do know, he has that War Juggernaut in hand, so he's able to get in action with Jango Fett still deployed. We're going to see War Juggernaut come down, ping a point of damage on everything that Justice has, and Jango's going to exhaust all of it. Resources have been made. Yeah, first thing first, we're going to activate Anakin to give Queen Amidala +2/+0 on her attack, and she's going to go straight into Jango Fett. And then rather than take any damage back, Queen Amidala is just going to sacrifice one of her own spies. So she takes no damage back, and Jango Fett is now defeated. So now that War Juggernaut play is no longer available, the Jango Fett defeated this phase. This also means that Anakin can deploy and not have to worry about getting exhausted himself. Oh, my apologies. You're right. That is not Tarkin Town. That is a 30 hit point base. The Punishing One does get to attack, and on attack does deal another point of damage. Put on Queen Amidala, which does give Punishing One a little bit of extra power. It does get Raid 1 for every damaged unit the opponent has. Justice still thinking. He knows that War Juggernaut's coming. Would we see War Juggernaut dropped this phase, though? Because that might be something maybe worth waiting for Jango Fett to be readied for, so that we can get at least something exhausted, like potentially an Anakin deploy. Currently mulling over his options here. Still has 4 resources available. You see that Force Throw in his hand. Maybe that's the big decision point right now. Is he thinking, do I want to Force Throw my opponent maybe hit something important, maybe get some damage on that punishing one, because if I do that, it could attack with red 5 and then get an extra 2 points of damage off red 5. Or do I want to force throw myself to make sure there's enough damage put onto something like the punishing one? We see a sneak attack. There's the sneak attack War Juggernaut. So sneak attack allows you to play a vehicle from your hand. It comes in readied. It is going to get defeated at the end of the phase, but just like that, War Juggernaut's going to put a point of damage on every single one of Anakin's units here. Just going to give War Juggernaut just a lot of damage. Again, it gets +1/+0 for every damaged unit on the board. Not just the opponent's, but also his own. That's why there's a single point of damage also on the War Juggernaut. Jango Fett defeated this phase, which means there is no exhaust ability coming in. Cassian Andor comes in for another 3. Still waiting. I think Nicholas only has 1 or 2 cards left in his hand, so that force throw is looking juicier and juicier. But now do we have that War Juggernaut come in, hit the data vault, do as much damage as possible, or does he need to be defensive and take out one of these Anakin units? We're just going to go straight to base. That is a lot of damage. This is going to be a very angry Anakin Skywalker when he deploys. He gets +1/+0 for every 5 points of damage on Anakin's base, and there's 25 damage. But only 7 on... There's the force throw, hitting Queen Amidala, taking out the punishing one. He does choose to target himself just to guarantee that damage, take out the punishing one so that the punishing one isn't getting the additional raid for all the damaged units on his side of the field. And then there's Anakin deployed. Anakin comes out, also swings in for big damage, and just like that, he's up to 19 damage on base. Anakin with 8 base health remaining, Jango with 11 base health remaining, and of course, because of that sneak attack, War Juggernaut is going to get defeated. It means Jango's got an empty field and staring down a lot of damage. Here comes in their sneak attack. It's a Devastator! Devastator is going to come down and allows him to deal indirect damage, but he chooses where that indirect damage goes, which means he can combine that with dealing some damage to the base, plus potentially exhausting the most threatening unit on Anakin's side of the field, which is going to defeat a Queen Amidala, put another point on Anakin. All right, we're actually going to see a lot of it go to a lot of the units, and it looks like Anakin scoops it up. Wow! What a finish. Very, very close at the end there. I actually thought Anakin had it for a second there. That was an empty board, just staring down, no resistance, and then out of nowhere, a sneak attack Devastator. Doing work. That was excellent. I imagine both players were absolutely sweating that whole time. We're going to see them start to sideboard here. Be interesting to see what they do start to sideboard. Now they both have an idea what both decks are trying to do. While they do that, See Anakin already doing those quick sideboards. Looks like Outer Rim Constable was in there and was just taken out. A lot of eyes are going to be on this tournament. Basically, this tournament is going to kind of really shape the Eternal meta going forward. This is the first Eternal PQ of the season. This season of Planetary Qualifiers has really just begun in America, so a lot of people are really paying attention. All eyes are on that. Anyone's trying to get any kind of information that they can possibly get right now. And if we can keep having matches like this, it is going to be an awesome season for everyone. Anakin's going to be the one starting with the initiative this time, which might make all the difference since in the previous game Nick lost. He actually got to really have the advantage just being able to play the Crafty Smuggler right away. Just having that and gain that damage off and remove a unit off the Justice's side of the field. All right, they're all shuffled up. They're starting to present their decks. That was such a quick game, too. Looks like players have kept still considering resourcing over on Justice's side. He's not super sure yet. Yeah, Nicholas is going to ship him back. So a mulligan for Nicholas. Hopefully not too detrimental for his Game 1 plans. Jango Fett's certainly the boogeyman of this entire tournament. Look, he either showed up looking to play Jango Fett or he showed up looking to beat him. And there's a good chance that this Anakin Data Vault deck is looking to try to defeat this Jango Fett. I mean, Data Vault's a good way to do it. Getting that extra base health does matter a lot. And then using Anakin to punish that aggressive start coming in from Jango Fett. All right, we got our resources down. So Anakin opens up with Karis Nemec. There's the Black Sun Starfighter coming in right away. Very fancy version of Karis Nemec. The Chaos Dynamic has just been such an upgrade for pretty much any red heroic deck. Just a great turn 1 play. It's sticky. Even if it gets defeated, good chances are you still get a spy token out of it, so you can push some early base damage. And just like that, both players swinging back and forth. We're going to follow up with a Mina Bonteri. And then a Shin Hati coming in for Django. 4/2 shielded and hidden, which means it's a good way to trade into some units. It's also a good way to make sure they can get some base damage if he wants. Mina's going to attack first, so he can actually get a restore in, plus a couple more points of damage to Jango Fett's base. Starfighter comes in for 2. And Obi-Wan comes down. That's a 3/5 Sentinel. Only going to be a Sentinel for this turn and any other turn that Justice plays a Force unit. But for now, this does slow down Shin Hati's attack. So the most he can do is put 4 damage into Obi-Wan. And then we see Karis Nemec actually take out Shin Hati. He is going to disclose an Adi Gala. He gets a readied spy. Then the 7th Fleet Defender comes down with a shield. So it looks like he might be kind of prioritizing going for space a bit more this time around. That spy gets in for some damage. Very aggressive starts for both players, both trying to race. One going space, one staying on the ground. That Obi-Wan saving a lot of base damage for Justice. A little off camera, but does have 4 damage on him right now. Oh, thank you guys. Initiative overrun Nicholas's side. That bravado in hand for Justice, that's going to be a key part for Anakin's deploy turn for later. We see Punishing One come down. It's going to deal 1 point of damage to a unit when deployed, and it's going to go straight into that Obi-Wan and just take him right out. Mina Bonteri gets in for another attack, plus gets a restore for Anakin. We got 7th Fleet Defender coming right back. This is the 5 resource turn, which means Jango does have the ability to deploy. Question is, does he want to? There's still 5 resources up over on Justice's side of the board. Perhaps not. Didn't quite catch what that card just played was. Hopefully we can see it once they are readied. Faced vertical. Yeah, Jango's just going to claim initiative here. He's not going to go for the deploy. He says it's, you know what, it's too dangerous right now. I'd rather make sure I can attack first, maybe use the Punishing One to an attack, deal a damage to something, exhaust one of your units, protect my base a little bit, and then maybe deploy Jango. It's a blue leader down there. There we go. Now we see it. Blue leader's kind of played out as a 5/5. Jango with the first action now. At the 6 resource turn, you gotta wonder, is like, does he have that War Juggernaut in hand? And if he does, he would definitely want to deploy Jango Fett first, and indeed he does. He does have War Juggernaut. He's gonna put those points of damage all around, and he's gonna use Jango Fett's ability to exhaust one of Justice's units. Gonna exhaust that blue leader. Still has not deployed Jango Fett. This is him saying, you know what, I'm actually not too worried about most of the damage on your side of the board. I can exhaust that blue leader, that puts me ahead. We can see a point of damage going to the War Juggernaut itself, plus the punishing one. So that War Juggernaut gets bigger on his attacks. And punishing one is also going to get a lot of extra raid because there's so much damage over on Justice's units. And again, both leaders have yet to deploy. Anakin is available now. Jango has not deployed yet, is able to at this point. Counting up just how much power is on that War Juggernaut at the moment. I believe it's an 8-7 right now. You can see the Anakin activate the spy, and the spy is just going to ram into the War Juggernaut, puts 4 more points of damage onto it, so now it's kind of in threatening range of maybe just getting attacked by Mina Bonteri and trading them out, which would save a lot of potential future damage for Justice. And yeah, we're going to see exactly that. He also will restore one. That leaves him with an exhausted blue leader, all of his resources available. Jango Fett get in for damage. Well, there's the Bravado. He's going to use Bravado to ready blue leader. Both bases sitting at 11 damage. Three resources still available for Justice. 7th Fleet Defender comes in for 3 damage. Brings Justice up to 14. And that blue leader is just going to go straight to the base. Yeah, both players is swinging back and forth here. I believe Justice should be at 16, not 15. I believe he was just at 11 and took 5 more. Did I miss something? Just a Jedi Starfighter coming in from Justice. Which not bad here because it can defeat those shields when it attacks. I believe Justice should be at 16 damage. Nicholas comes in with that punching one. To just actually take out the going to the Jedi Starfighter with that attack, rather than taking out, which means that's a lot of base damage into Justice's base. Got Judge stepping in now just to double check on that base damage. They're just double checking on that right now. I had Anakin at 20. Looks like maybe they fixed it. But that's okay, that happens. No, don't think either player is trying to be malicious here, just trying to make sure that the base damages are correct. Because I believe he was at 16 damage and took 5 from punishing 1. One of the benefits of having a stream is being able to watch the replay. Yep, just double checking it right now. So what the players figure that out. Shouldn't take too long here. Yeah, because the punishing 1 got in for 5 with the pointed damage onto the Jedi Starfighter. So it should have been 5 into Justice's base. Let's make sure we get that right. And of course, they will get a time extension for something like this, so we don't have to worry about going over time here. It's still a pretty big turn. You see Django's got all his things out. Anakin is yet to deploy. With only 1 resource left over on Justice's side, there's not a whole lot more he could do. There could be a force throw. You could potentially see that. But we're for sure going to see a very angry Anakin deploy. All right, it's starting to look like we got it figured out. All right, and initiative's claims we're actually going to go in the next turn, so no deploy. We got 7 resources, 1 card in hand. That 1 precious card. Now, Bravado was already used. Bravado is a very powerful combo with Anakin, allowing Anakin to attack, ready, and get another big hit in. 14 base health remaining for Nicholas. 11 base health remaining for Justice. We're going to see Blue Leader get in. Gonna get close. The punishing 1 is going to attack right into that base, deal an extra point of damage to that Jedi Starfighter. Cinta Kaz plotted out with Anakin, allowing Anakin just to get in for a really big hit. Wow, just like that, Anakin managed to take him down. Game number 2. We're gonna go to game 3, everybody. Wow. Very clean. Sintikaz was not even on my radar, and I didn't even consider that. What a powerful deploy unit for Anakin. The plot allows you to play this card right from your resource row when you deploy your leader, which means Anakin got to deploy and attack info right away. He had +5 to his attack power, dealing just enough damage to defeat Jango Fett's. And that's with a 30 hit point base still. Imagine this Jango Fett had Tarkin Town. Be even more vulnerable. We're going to have a very exciting Game 3 here. This is how I wanted to start. Like, if we're going to have these matchups, let's get some Game 3s. Let's make this exciting. See how much that... Well, clearly that mulligan may have affected Nicholas in that previous game, though it still looked pretty close, so maybe not so much. Hopefully no mulligans this time around. I imagine Justice is going to want to start with the initiative this time. We will get the melee link into the description momentarily, possibly between rounds. That way, if you want to see what the matchups are, if there's anyone you're trying to follow along with, see how they're doing, make sure to get that information there for you. I can tell you, there is indeed a lot of Jango Fetts. But as you can see, Jango Fett is not guaranteed easy wins. Let's get our opening hands. Justice mulling over his decisions here, deciding... I like the way he does that. He goes through his hand and finds the 4 cards he wants to keep rather than the 2 he wants to resource. Usually when I play, I kind of go the opposite direction. I look through my hand and start putting down the 2 that I want to get rid of. Nicholas looking over his opening hand, though. Mulling it over a little more intensely, though. We did see a mulligan previously. I wonder if this is on his mind again. Well, looks like we're going to go with the keep. Well, maybe a changing on the resource decision for Nicholas. Oh, all right, we're good. All right, Game 3, everybody. So we're going to see Jango Fett lead off with that crafty smuggler. Mina Bonteri comes down for Justice. Nicholas does have the initiative this time around, so he could see and maybe trying to slow down this Mina Bonteri. Mina Bonteri does have Restore 1, which means just trying to go for base damage isn't the most profitable thing he can do here. Or do we want to see a card played first? It's going to be just Shin Hati. Comes down, has that shield. Justice responds with other Karis. Remember, not the same as Karis Namek. Oops, sorry. That's the wrong one. Not Karis, Mirren. Crafty Smuggler actually going to damage her right away. We're going to ready up, go into that 4 resource turn. See that force throw in hand for Justice. He's And it might actually be why he's got that Marin unit down, because he wants a force unit down. He wants to be able to use that force throw. Ooh, Elite P-38 Starfighter, dealing the damage, going to exhaust. That's so much back and forth here. Cobb Vanth coming down. Now this is an interesting one. So Cobb Vanth wants to be defeated, allowing him to look at the top 10 cards to find a unit that costs 2 or less, discard it, and play it for free this phase. It kind of gives us a little bit of card advantage upon defeat. Slightly resource inefficient for Justice here. And we're going to see our first base damage come in. Whoop. All right. Initiative is claimed. Going to the next turn, we got 5 resources on both sides. A P-38 Starfighter for Nicholas. Crafty Smuggler on the ground. Justice Mina Bonteri and Cobb Vanth. He's going to go straight into that Crafty Smuggler. Let Cobb Vanth die. And here we go. We're going to get the top 10 cards, and he's going to find a unit that costs 2 or less. Now imagine if he does this. He's looking for a very specific unit. I'm curious as what it is he's looking for. Could be something like a Karis Nemec, just so that if it gets defeated, he can still have a spy and get some extra damage in. It's going to be the Sabine Wren, the foil weekly playpack version of Sabine Wren. But that is a free unit that he does get to play this turn. He actually might be able to really fuel up on his base. You know what I did see? I did see 2 force throws in his hand. There's a possibility maybe he was looking for Adi Gala. Maybe he didn't get one. Oh, that's a pillage though. Pillage going to force Nicholas to discard 2 cards. Punching 1 dealt damage to Mina Bonteri, allowing Django to exhaust her, and then we're going to see the P-38 getting for 3 points of damage. Sabine Wren then played for free thanks to Cobb Vanth, and a Django Fett is deployed. Yep, there's just a force throw, no force unit, so just a discard, but just shredding Nicholas's hand. He's got an empty hand. He's got nothing. Look how different this game is. We're in the 5 resource turn. There's only 5 total base damage done over on Anakin's base. And now Django Fett has got to ask himself, do I want to keep hitting that base or do I want to start taking out some of these units? Because with an empty hand, he can't really know how his future turns are going to go, and he can't really plan for that. Initiative claimed by Anakin. Going to 6 resources. Question is Django resource? Or does he want to keep both cards in his hand? He's going to say, I'm going to keep both cards. Mina Bonteri going to go into Django Fett, restore a base health. He's also going to disclose off of Mina Bonteri upon defeat so he can draw a couple of cards. A surprise strike. Django Fett just hitting the base for 6. Sabine Wren then finishes off Django Fett. Oh, now this is aggression. Look at this. P-38 then attacks. 18 damage on Anakin base. 0 on Django Fett's. Red 5 played. 1 card left in hand for Django Fett. 3 resources available. It's going to play Kylo's TIE Silencer, which is basically just a 3-2 at this juncture. Anakin's deployed. Punching 1 is going to attack, deal a point of damage to Anakin, and then get in for some base damage. Yes, there you go. There was a point of restore from Mina Bonteri. Yes, Justice is correct. There was supposed to be a point of restore there. Let the players count these up. We're going to see Lightsaber down on Anakin, just hit for a billion damage, just like a dump truck. 11 damage off a single swing. That is quite the hit. Still looking at only 10 hit points remaining for Justice here. 19 base health remaining for the Jango Fett. He has the General's Blade, though, which does allow him to deploy units for cheaper. Now, this whole match could be done in 2 actions here from either player. However, Jango has the initiative. Punishing one could attack. A Jango Fett activation could then exhaust the Anakin. That is not guaranteed victory. That might slow some damage down, but there's still some space units available for Justice. There's the War Juggernaut. War Juggernaut's going to deal 1 damage to both units. Jango Fett's going to activate and exhaust. Should only be one of them. Not both here, Justice. Jango Fett is not deployed. There we go. We get that fixed up. This might force Justice into a defensive position. As much as you want to push base damage and just end this game as fast as possible, you might need to start using this red 5 just to trade out for some of Nicholas's other space units. Slow the damage down just a little bit. Give Anakin a chance to actually get his attacks in. You see that red 5 in hand. Could see that come in, and yep. You can see the red 5 ambush into that punishing one, setting up the blue leader ambush into the punishing one, setting up the red 5 to take it out with an attack. The punishing one's just going to go straight to the base. Another 5 damage, 28 damage on Justice's base. We'll see red 5 take out the P-38 and the punishing one, using its on attack to deal 2 damage to punishing one, crash into P-38. P-38 gets to deal 1 more point of damage to another unit, and it gets up to 3. The Kylo Silencer can now attack for 3. But there's still a huge War Juggernaut down, and it's just a claim of the initiative. And yet, with that Juggernaut is able to attack and clean up the game there. Jango Fett actually managed to take it. Wow, that got real tight for a moment there. Very close games. I thought for a moment Justice actually had the huge advantage just by getting all the discard down and just really slowing him down that way. Very good. Very good games from both players. You can really see the power of the Jango Fett deck, the way it's able to control units using exhausts. But then you also saw just how hard Anakin can hit when he really needs to. Wow. Excellent. All right, we got just a little bit of time left in the round, so we'll let that clock down. In the meantime, we'll be back for round 2 momentarily, and thank you all so much for watching and being here. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the next round here. Players are currently taking their seats. We had a very exciting game one. Welcome back to the Star Wars Unlimited Eternal PQ here at Mock's Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington, just outside of Seattle. My name is Jared. I'll be your host and commentator for this entire tournament. It's a beautiful day here. Everyone's very excited. I have about almost 55, 60 players all setting up, and we're going to get our players sat down. And hopefully we get some spicy ones coming up for you. We did manage to get the current breakdown for the entire tournament. I'll get some fancy graphs and all that made for you eventually, but I can tell you right now that there are 16 Jango Fetts. 15 of them are on Tarkin Town, 1 on a red 30 hit point base, 8 Gar Saxons, 6 Quinlan Tarkin Towns, and then a handful of Bobas, some Kylos, some Yodas. And then we also got a lot of spicy ones in there, a lot of single deck lists. I'm hoping that maybe we can get some of those up on the stream. Players are currently taking their seats. I'll let them get set up, and I'll let you know which ones. I did request some good ones. And as you can see, this is one of those tournaments where everyone knows what the deck to beat is, and that's Jango Fett. And we saw it in the previous match, and we saw it do extremely well with some come from behind victories, and that's the deck to beat. So for a lot of people, that means either playing that deck or finding the deck that beats that deck. And it looks like most people went for, you know what, Jango Fett's probably the best one. I'm just going to stick with that. Maybe get in there before he potentially gets banned again. Who knows for sure? Oh, there we go. All right, looks like my requests went through, because let me get their name set up, because we're going to have a special matchup of Gar Saxon versus Tobias Beckett. We're going to get some spice up in there for you. Get their things all set up for you. Let's head on over right now, actually, since both players seem to have taken their seats. All right, let's head over to the feature match area with Tobias versus Gar Saxon. I'll get everything updated. We're going to have Gavin Cruz on Tobias Beckett. And over on the Gar Saxon ECL is Alex Eastwood. These are both players who went 1-0 in their first match. Of course, that is the splash base for the Tobias Beckett as well, which is, I have seen this deck and I have heard about it. So I do know what's potentially coming. And what can I possibly say about this deck other than if it works, it is going to pop off. I can tell you that. OBS struggling a little bit for me. Not fully cooperating. That's okay. I can manage. So we're going to see some really interesting things coming out of that Tobias Beckett. They're already getting their resources ready. Tobias Beckett, of course, is not villainy. He's going to be red For green, blue, and yellow. Try to get some of that fixed up there for you. Players are still cutting, getting ready. So Tobias Beckett might actually be the current format's real combo deck. That's the best way I would possibly describe this one. It is just a combo deck through and through. If you haven't seen this before, again, if it works, you are in for a treat. Garsaxon has been another very popular choice, as a lot of people got prepared for this tournament. And we're off. We're going to lead off with the Moisture Farmer. And Director Krennic is going to come down for Garsaxon. And this is what you're going to see quite a bit. So Garsaxon likes to play a lot of units that come in with shields. Because one, that keeps them protected, and two, Garsaxon's ability makes all of his upgraded allies get an additional +1 attack power. So right away, this Director Krennic is a 3/2 shielded, hitting for 3 points of damage into Tobias Beckett's base. Rodian Bondsman comes down. Yep, this is going to be another key part of the Tobias Beckett bait. So he's going to be playing a lot of units that gives credits. Because when it dies, it gives credits. He's going to use Tobias just to give his opponent he's going to give the opponent units, because then he's going to get more credits. He's just building up that credit counter. So really this comes down to, can Garsaxon defeat Tobias Beckett before that pivotal turn where he actually gets to use all of those credits? I think is that a D8 on his credit counter to help give you an idea of how many he anticipates on creating? I think that's a D8 on there. Droid Laser Turret, another new unit from a lawless time. With that shield, gets an extra attack power, allowing him to get in for 3 damage. There's the two-headed Troig. He's going to give it straight to his opponent, get 2 more credits. Now I know this looks bad. A lot of damage going into Tobias' base. A second Moisture Farmer comes down. Rodian Bondsman gets in for 2 more. And then activates Tobias Beckett, gives him the other Moisture Farmer. Now a pair of Moisture Farmers over there. Look how thick that ground unit field is. I can't even count how many credits Gavin has right now. He's just generated so many at this point. I can't keep count. Lom Pike, 4/6. Gavin's going to take initiative. We're going to go into the 5 resource turn. Now, it may look like a lot of damage could come into Gavin. Keep in mind, 2 of those units are Moisture Farmers. They are 0/4s that restore to. One of the best things you could possibly give away for Beckett, because you get their money and you don't really care if they go away. All he's trying to do is set up his combo. Basically, he's saying, Alex, whatever you do, I don't really care. I know my game plan, and I am going to execute it. But it's going to take some money. We're going to see Tobias Beckett deployed, which defeats every single unit that he's given Alex. If every single unit he defeats, he gets a credit and draws a card. Plus, Rodian Bosman's in there, so they both get another credit on top of that. That little X over on Alex's resource field is going to be a credit counter for him. just a fistful of cards over for Gavin, and that is step one of this possible combo. Long Pike's going to go in, deal 4 damage to Gavin's base. Does he have the credits to pull off the combo? We're going to see Tobias Beckett just attack. Just going to attack and hit the droid laser turret shield out. The droid laser turret does have Sentinel. Possibly seeing some action delay. Droid laser turret did lose his shield, so now only gets in for 2 damage. 10 hit points remaining for Gavin's base. 0 has been dealt to Alex's. You see that overwhelming barrage in his hand, which does not look helpful at all. There's just no real targets for it. Maybe if we see Gavin play some units. Oh, there we go. We're going to see backed by the Huts. He's going to generate a credit and then deals damage equal to the number of credits he has, which is like 12 at this point. So just basically kills something. Just a 3 resource kill something. Director Krennic still in the field, gets in for 3. 7 base health remaining for Gavin. We'll have resources to play. Lots. Razi comes down, gets the experience, plus gets an extra point of damage thanks to Gar Saxon's ability, dealing 4 total damage to Tobias Beckett, defeating Tobias Beckett. And then emergency powers, plus all of his resources, just going to dump as much experience as you can over on his droid laser turret. So now that is a very, very big Sentinel. Don't forget, it's upgraded, so it gets an additional point of power thanks to Gar Saxon. Going into 6 resources. Gavin has the initiative. Are we going to see the combo? He's activating his base, allowing him to play an off-aspect card without having to pay for it, taps all his resources, counts up the number of credits he has to use. There's Endless Legion. He's going to reveal any amount of his resources, and he can play all of those units for free. This is a 14 cost card. It's double green. So he finds, oh my gosh, he finds Snoke, he finds Redemption, he finds 2 Champion KT-9 pod racers, and the last one I can't even quite see. And all these units are going to come down for free. It's a Mon Mothma unit. Is this enough to save him, though? Emperor Snoke is going to -2/-2 all of Alex's units. Defeats quite a few of them. Redemption is going to take a bunch of base health damage off of his base. Takes all 8 off. He's going to go down to 12 base damage now. And just like that, Alex is looking at a huge uphill struggle. Droid turret. Is going to go into the Mon Mothma unit. Extra restore out that Mon Mothma. So just like that, he now has a completely empty board. Used Mon Mothma when played to attack. Oh, I'm sorry, the Mon Mothma attacked in the droid when it attacked. Energy Conversion Lab is going to be activated, allowing Darth Vader to ambush in, give his shield. He's going to ambush into Mon Mothma, defeat her, defeat a shielded unit, which defeats this Supreme Leader Snoke. So with that, now he's got a couple of pod racers on the ground, those 2-3s, and a redemption in the sky. Gar Saxon now deployed. Ooh, Mon Mothma can't attack with herself, though, right? Yeah, this have to be other units, if I believe. I think they scoop it up anyway. I miss how that resolved, but yeah, the Mon Mothma should not be able to attack herself. Because I did put the 3 damage onto the Mon Mothma. It should have been any one of the others. Unless it was the droid. Unless the droid laser turret did attack him, but I thought I saw a restore 3 on top of there. But I believe because Gavin had to play all those units, he lost all of his resources. And then you really couldn't come back. So I believe the Gar Saxon won. But we did get to see the combo. That's exciting. And that's all this deck wants to do. This is the Tobias Beckett Endless Legions deck. The opponent can just play out their hand, do their stuff, doesn't really care. The Tobias Beckett player is just going to say, that's fine. I'm just hanging out over here. I'm basically a stockbroker. I'm looking to make some money. And then once he's got enough money, he's going to deploy those Endless Legions. It is up to both players to try to maintain the board state as accurately as possible. And for whenever that can't happen, that's why judges are nearby sometimes watching. And we can try to do our best to let them know as well. You know what? If nothing else, we did get to see the Tobias Beckett combo go off, so that's fun. Got to admit, that is fun. As a limited player, I saw Mon Mothma played a lot. Which, by the way, if you're here watching on Channel Swoo, does mean a lot. This is a YouTube Star Wars Unlimited channel that focuses a lot on Limited. So if you like Draft, if you like Sealed, be sure to subscribe to our channel. All right, coming right back. There's the Leppy Lookout. Tobias already giving away units to get some money. Leppy Lookout attacks in, has that shield, gets an extra point of power from Gar Saxon, 4 damage. But as we've seen before, Gavin's not going to care. He's going to play the Champion's KT9 Pod Racer, which does give him a credit when it shows up. And then just sells it right away for another credit on top of it. Doesn't even care about his own Pod Racer. Axe Reeves comes down. Axe has been a Axe Wolves. Axe has been a very good card for Gar Saxon. So not only does he comes with a shield, he gets +1/+1 for each upgrade on him, and Gar Saxon gives him an additional point of attack power on top of that. As we've seen, Tobias has a plan. How about another Champion's KT9 Pod Racer? You like the first one so much, sir? Can I sell you another? Alex looking to push that base damage while you can. Plus that KT9 getting in for another 2. The KT9's not upgraded. Plus a Moisture Farmer. Can't give it away this turn because he is out of actions. A 1/5 also getting for damage. That shuttle's going to come in, give a shield. Going to put the shield on Axe Wolves, which means he gets another +1/+1. This is what, 5 more damage in? Much more aggressive looking start over here for Alex. As you can see, Gavin was not able to give him as many 0-4 units to get those early credits, so he's getting a little bit more base damage this time around compared to the first game. But this is also the Tobias deploy turn. Sells his Moisture Farmer. Gets some credits. Now keep in mind, as soon as Tobias deploys, he gets to defeat every single card that he has given to Alex. Get credits for it, and draw cards on top of that. So this is the engine. This is how he finds those endless legions. This is how he makes sure he's going to be able to get that combo to go off. And defeating that Diplomat forces Alex to discard a card. Maybe not too punishing, but it's not nothing. There is, however, still 19 damage on his base. Plus, he's taking some more, up to 24 now. Oh, he has 3 base health remaining. But here we're going to see the activation happening a turn earlier than it did before. Base is activated, gets to play a card, ignoring one of the aspect costs, and it's the Endless Legions again. He's going to reveal as many resources as he wants, deploys all of those units for free. Oh, goodness. We got Krennic, we got Snoke. We have 2 clones, which are units, plus an Annihilator. So now they're going to come down, defeat the shuttle, and now we get to look through Alex's deck and take out every other shuttle that's in the deck and in the hand, and those also get discarded. Now there's a good chance those clones can become copies of other unique units, only they themselves are not unique because they're clones. We could see the clones copy Snoke. Oh man, it's even flavorful. Lore accurate? Director Krennic comes down. The clone cannot copy the Annihilator, obviously. But we will see Snoke, which will -2/-2, which will defeat the Leppy Lookout. Leppy Lookout only has 1 hit point. But yeah, we have got clone number 1 of Supreme Leader Snoke. Now all of Alex's units have -4/-4. There's still another clone left. Looks like Gavin's kind of considering which one to bother cloning. But I imagine it's going to be another Supreme Leader Snoke, which means that every single one of Alex's units, besides leaders, gets now a total of -6/-6. Looks like we've got a judge call. Might be trying to see exactly how this whole clone situation works out, just to be sure. And that is absolutely allowed. Anytime you have a question in any of your matches, do not be afraid to call a judge. They are just there to help. Now, for as good as this looks, Gavin only has 3 base health remaining. But it looks like Alex says, yeah, that's enough for me. I've got nothing that can really deal with that. And he's actually going to scoop it up. And we got a game win by Tobias Beckett with that Endless Legions combo. The opponent's deck was looked through when the Annihilator was played. Technically, Alex went through and took the Annihilators out. Gavin himself is allowed to pick up the deck himself, because then you also get the information of seeing exactly what is in your opponent's deck. They may have shortcutted that a little bit. But like that, we're going to Game 3. Game 3 in these insane combo decks. Alex is going to have the initiative this time. Hopefully this is enough to maybe get in those last 3 points of damage he needs before Tobias can get those Endless Legions out. But as we've seen, it may not matter that much because Tobias doesn't typically hold on to the initiative since he's usually activating and selling his units away for those sweet, sweet credits. One of the struggles with playing green and blue is that there's not a whole lot of credit hate available for Alex. There is a Galen Urso in blue, but that is heroic. Garsaxon is a villain. And a very familiar Lappy Lookout beginning. And we see that Rhodium Bondsman immediately given away so he can get a credit. Plus, when that Rhodium Bondsman is defeated, both players get a credit on top of that. Alex looking to start that base damage off, get the Leppy Lookout in. There's the Troig. He's going to give it away, allowing Gavin to get 2 additional credits, and the the Rhodium Bondsman can now get in for more damage. Initiative taken by the Tobias player. Axe Wolves comes back down. That is possible. Alex could have a Termin Barcona, which would defeat a credit. Don't know if that would be enough for him, but he may not have much of a choice. Garsaxon's another very popular deck at this tournament. Another Troig is deployed. Yep, and sure enough, gives him right away, generates 2 more credits. 2 two-faced Troigs. Alex swinging with everything. We're going to see an Endless Legions come down. There we go. That's a big pump. This is going to put a lot of extra power and hit points over on the Axe Wolves. So remember, he gets +1/+1 for each upgrade on him. Each one of those experience counters is an upgrade. So this is going to deal 10 damage. And that just might be strong enough. So now Tobias has got to ask himself, how do I prevent... Look how many units he has. Only 3 hit points left on his base. I don't think he's got enough credits to immediately Endless Legions. If he tries to deploy Tobias to get the extra credits, well, he's still facing down a lot of lethal credit attacks, and just like that, yep. The emergency powers giving the extra damage needed to help make sure that the Garsaxon can punish this Tobias Beckett for getting in this cheeky little combo deck going off. Very tight match. Really glad we got to go to a game 3, and really glad that we got to see that combo go off. Excellent, excellent stuff. All right, we're going to take it back to the commentator desk for a moment here. Say hello to everybody. So now that we actually got a little bit of time, we'll try to give you some updates for this tournament. Number one, welcome in everybody. My name is Jared here at Channel Swoo. We are a Star Wars Unlimited channel that focuses on limited play for Star Wars, draft and sealed, but I was also asked to provide stream coverage for this event, and you know what? More than happy to. Still love Eternal, still love Premiere. We had a lot of people coming by who really want to see what Eternal is shaping up to be, especially since no one really knows what the meta is. It's an all-new format. There are currently no bans available for it, and everyone's just kind of looking to see how this is even going to shake out. This Tobias and this Legions deck coming out of nowhere. Maybe not be on the radar for most of these players. What was on the radar, however, was absolutely Jango Fett. In fact, we can actually take a look over at our meta breakdown. We saw Jango Fett, and we did talk about him a little bit for a while. And now I'll actually take a moment to talk about Gar Saxon. This is the deck that we just saw bleed. And this is what you're seeing from Gar Saxon. Like I said, each friendly upgraded unit gets +1/+0. So he's just looking to play nothing but upgraded units. And thanks to especially Lawless Time, there's so many green-blue units. A lot of those green-blue units come in with shields. So not only are they shielded and protected from some attacks, Gar Saxon is also giving an additional point of damage. So you're going to see cards like Leppy Lookout, you're going to see cards like Lats Razi, just these very strong green-blue cards that are automatically shielded and automatically upgraded. He also does play the Energy Conversion Lab, which allows him to play a unit cost 6 or less and give it ambush right away. And really, they are saving that for the Darth Vader unit, the blue villainy one, where it gives a shield to an ally and an enemy, and when he attacks, he defeats an enemy shielded unit. So he ambushes it into something, but gives a shield to something else, so that he can immediately defeat that. So it is a very powerful combo with Darth Vader. They could potentially use it on other things too, but really, they're looking to use that with the Vader. And the big thing with Gar Saxon is a lot of people are considering this deck. This is the deck that is meant to go up against Jango Fett. Why? Jango Fett loves to do a lot of ping damage. They do a lot of 1 damage abilities off of their units so that they can use Jango's ability to exhaust him. Well, Gar Saxon is playing like 80% shielded units. So those shields are going to protect from Jango Fett's ability to get them exhausted. Now, granted, those pings will still lose their shields and take away a little bit of attack power, but at least they'll still be able to attack. So, like I was mentioning earlier, we have a lot of Jango Fett players here, but you know we also have a lot of Gar Saxons. Twice as many Jangos as Gar Saxons, but Gar Saxon did show up saying, this is what I'm going to use to defeat Jango Fett. Now, we do have some other decks showing up in the field today, including my personal favorite. This is the Quinlan Voss deck. This is actually a really popular deck in Premiere previously, before the ban of Force Throw. However, Force Throw is back, meaning Quinlan Voss is back. Yellow Heroic uses Tarkin Town. Combos that with Quinlan's ability, where anytime he plays a unit, you can activate Quinlan Voss and deal a point of damage to an enemy unit that costs the same. However, if Quinlan Voss is deployed, you can then deal a point of damage to an enemy unit that costs the same or less than. So Quinlan Voss is also a very aggressive deck. It's going to play a lot of 3 attack power 2-drops. You can see a lot of A-Wings. It got upgraded with the Karis Nemix. It even does a little bit of Force, because it has Force Throw with stuff like Adi Gala. So between Adi Gala, Kira, Spark of Rebellion, and Ahsoka Tano, Quinlan Voss can do a surprising amount of hate to the opponent's hand. More importantly, the big thing with Quinlan Voss is that he can very cleanly answer Jango Fett's deploy. Jango Fett deploys as a 3/7. Quinlan Voss can then use either the Plo Koon unit from Twilight Republic, plus Quinlan Voss's ability to deal a total of 7 damage, or the new K2SO card from A Lawless Time does the exact same thing. So that gives Quinlan, in an emergency, he can force throw one of his own big cards into Jango Fett, help defeat him, just to make sure none of Quinlan's units get defeated. So because of that, Quinlan Voss also here, and also saying, I think I can be the one that defeats Jango Fett. Now, besides Jango Fett, there is another Fett that a lot of people were afraid of, and that's good old Boba Fett. Boba Fett was the original tyrant that was all over the premier meta before his ban, and this was very early in the game's lifespan. And there's just not a whole lot to say about Boba Fett other than the fact that he's just good. He is good with any color. Like, Boba is cunning villainy. You can pair him with command. You can pair him with vigilance. You can pair him with aggression. And he's going to do well in every single one of those. And he is the only leader out there that is a 4/7 on deploy. At 5. Most 5-resource deploy leaders are usually maybe 3/7s at most. We've seen some 3/5s and 3/6s lately. Boba Fett shows up and he's a 4/7. And more importantly, he gets a huge resource advantage where anytime a unit completes an attack, you can use Boba Fett, activate it, ready one of the resources, allowing you to get multiple deploys every single turn. There's not a whole lot to say about Boba Fett other than the fact that he is just extremely good. So those are the big ones, but of course there are a couple of other awful ones that we want to mention. Classic aggro with Sabine Wren. We haven't seen her in a while. She was the aggro queen consistently, really from set 1 all the way up through premier rotation. We could still see her show up here in Eternal. A 4-deploy leader, always gets base damage every single turn, can even use an Energy Conversion Lab to ambush something in. And Energy Conversion Lab has a lot of powerful units. Likes to combo that with stuff like Poe Dameron. Likes to combo that with stuff like Wrecker. So Sabine is probably still the best aggro unit, or aggro leader that we know of. Though we haven't seen her in a while. Could show up in this tournament. We'll have to see. And of course, the last possible meta deck we want to talk about is just good old villain ramp control. We've got Emperor Palpatine here, but it could be almost any green or blue villainy leader. And you're going to see all the ramp cards come out. You're going to see the Super Laser Technician. You're going to see resupplies. You could see the new Bounty Hunter 4-resource 3/3 ramp card. And they're just looking to ramp. So they start playing those, let's be real, very big, devastating Star Destroyers at the end. Maybe some Snokes in there too. But because they typically like to play blue, they also have a lot of removal options available to them. They're going to have stuff like Power of the Dark Side, Merciless Contract, Takedown, Fell the Dragons. Like, they're going to play as much of that blue removal they can, because all they're trying to do is just delay that game, delay, ramp up until they start playing their biggest one. So they drag games really, really long, especially if they're green ability and they're paired with something like, say, the Colossus base, so that they start off with a 35 hit point base, just to make sure they can't get aggroed out too quickly. So a lot of options of. But of course, these are all just the decks that are kind of expected, the ones that we know about. There could be a lot of off-meta decks. There could be a lot of weird ones showing up. And I can tell you, some weird ones are showing up. We just saw the Tobias Beckett Endless Legions deck go absolutely off. We saw it got to do its combo, and we see how powerful that it can be. It barely squeaked by with that Gar Saxon aggro, but we saw how strong that is and how well that works. All right, I think we got a game 3 that we can swap over to. Ooh, yeah, we do. Oh, perfect. All right. We got a Deidre Miro Blue versus Jango Fett Tarkatown. Well, this Deidre will be interesting. We're just talking about those control decks, and Deidre Miro is a control deck. Like I said, it's going to be playing a lot of those. You're going to see a lot of those blue spot removal deck cards. Those are going to come down. Jango Fett, I think we know what to expect from Jango Fett at this point. Try to get their player names updated for you. Both these guys, locals here, play a lot. That's what we're going to see starting off with. Daring Ray just immediately take out that Aura Sing, activating Deidre. Andrew says, you know what, I'm going to let the damage go through. Shinhati now comes down, has the shield, but we're going to see Power of the Dark Side just immediately take that out. Seventh Fleet Defender, 3-2 shielded in space. Which does leave a resource up for Andrew. So Deidre Miro is going to deploy. So it looks like they have equal cards in hand, because Deidre would hit for 2 more points of damage if Deidre had more cards in hand than Andrew. But we're going to see the take down the 3-2 space shielded unit. This is their game 3. Try to update this for you. I realize the leaders are not correct. Black Sun Starfighter, this is a 2-2 shielded. And this is the Tarkin Town Jango Fett. And we're going to see triple Dark Raid go off. Andrew going to look at the top 8 cards, going to find himself a ship. And finds the 4-2, or sorry, the 2-2 hidden with Raid 2. Phantom Starfighter. Players are moving fast. We're going to see Entrenched go down on the Black Sun. Or maybe the Lurking Tide. Hard to tell. It's kind of in the middle there. Jango Fett does get deployed. Deidre's going to hit Jango for 4. Starting to see some base damage back and forth. Yep, so first action is, are we going to see Deidre defeat Jango? Jim might be saying, well, maybe not. I know I've got the initiative, but maybe I want to do this first. Pace 6, it's actually going to be Vigilance. Defeating Jango Fett and then restoring 5 points of damage off his base. Vigilance so good, people are so willing to play that off aspect. Punishing One comes down, puts a point of damage on Deidre Miro. Punishing One getting an extra point of power for all of the damaged enemy units. Going into the 7 resource turn. The longer this game goes, it will be harder for Jango Fett. There's another takedown, defeats the Punishing One. While that Black Sun Starfighter is entrenched, it is just not able to attack bases at all. It is effectively removed. How about another Punishing One? And 1 more point of damage defeats the Deidre Miro, saving Andrew some base damage. Stabilizing a little bit. Only 3 resources left available for Jim. He's just going to claim initiative. The game is going later and later. And to condemn down onto the Punishing One. Now this goes really well with Deidre Miro, because Deidre Miro ability typically allows her to draw some extra cards. And with that, he just uses that ability to draw those cards so that he almost always has a blue villainy card in his hand to disclose. I think that was another Lurking Tie Phantom played for Andrew. I guess we decided that's the Space Arena this time around. Deidre claims initiative. Jim at 8 resources. Andrew, 8 resources. So many cards in hand. Yep. It's going to activate Deidre again. Andrew says, sure, you can take away my shield. You can't attack anyway. Punishing one manages to attack in for some damage, though. For Lurking Tie. And another triple Dark Raid. Coming down for Andrew. Not unlike before, he's got a lot of extra resources, so he could potentially play something extra big and then spend the extra resources to help make sure it gets down. Remember, whatever he plays does come down readied. So if he finds stuff like Devastator or even like Imperial or the Ruthless Raider, and he finds a 7th Fleet Defender. Not the strongest hit, but it is readied. Which does mean he can get an attack off of it right away. But another Vigilance coming in from Jim says no. And then restores another 5 base health. Lurking Tie, trying to get in, trying to get those damage in. Top target not put onto the punishing one. Ruthless Raider finally played, puts 2 points of damage onto Jim's base. Could potentially use top target to restore a lot of base health. Oh, and there's the Super Laser Blast. Defeats everything on the field. Ruthless Raider's gone. Punishing one's gone. He had top bounty, which means he actually gets to restore base health on top of that. Lurking Tie, however, immune to those effects, thanks to his ability of not being defeated by enemy card abilities. So this has been Andrew's most consistent damage has been off this Lurking Tie Phantom. Jim has healed a grand total of 14 base health so far. And that's it for both of them. Just in a single attack and then claim the initiative. Andrew researches up some more. Another Lurking Tie attack. And another Condemn on the Lurking Tie. That is one way to get around it. Ooh! Oh, wow! But it just comes right back and then defeats the upgrade. It does put a point of damage on that. Point of damage? Sure. But more importantly, gets that upgrade off Lurking Tie, so now he can still attack in uncondemned. And now we got 15 damage on Jim's base. This is the highest we've seen all game. And there's Vigilance number 3, which is just going to be used to mill Andrew. It can't be used to defeat Lurking Tie Phantom, so Andrew's going to lose a lot of cards off the top of his deck. Jim's going to heal another 5 damage off of his base. Ruthless Raider comes down, puts on another 2. And if Ruthless Raider does get defeated again, that is another 2 damage. We're going to see a Deidre activation. Andrew says, you know what? No, I don't want you to have more cards. I'm happy taking the damage. And then we see a takedown, follow it up. Putting more damage off its defeated ability. But I think Andrew really wanted to get those attacks off. Lots of cards in hand for both players. Lots of resources for both players. Jim checking his discard real quick. Just saying, yep, that was all 3 Vigilances, just to make sure. Lurking Tie Phantom gets in for another 4. No Glory only results, just takes the Lurking Tie Phantom, then defeats it. Andrew says, yeah, well, I got another one. And this might be Andrew's best way to victory here, right? This is one of the few units that just can't be outright killed by all these removal cards that Jim could possibly have. And that's one of the blue villain's biggest strength. It's all these blue removals. And if Andrew just keeps playing these Lurking Tie Phantoms to get around it, we've seen 2. He could have a 3rd one still. So he's kind of leaning onto these to get those victories. And now that both Vigilances have been played, Andrew doesn't have to worry about that much more restore. And there's that Devastator. 4 indirect damage straight into Jim's base. But that is going to get defeated by a Fel the Dragon. Andrew may have spent a lot of resources, but that was still 4 damage to his base. And he's scraping for any points of damage he can get right now before it's too late. I believe this did let him claim the initiative, so we can get another Lurking Tie Phantom attack in. $26 damage on Jim's base. And there's the entrenched. Lurking Tie Phantom cannot attack bases anymore, can only attack other units. There's Kylo's Tie Silencer. We see Daring Raid immediately defeat that. Plays another one. That triple Dark Raid in hand, and Andrew just trying to bait cards out of Jim's hand to get this one last triple Dark Raid to potentially get the finish. But Jim just has so many resources. Yep, there he goes. That's triple Dark Raid number 3, right? And we're getting towards the bottom of Andrew's deck. Can he find something to finish it? There's the Devastator, 4 indirect damage straight into Jim's base. Andrew pulls it off at the end there. Wow. Man, he did have to fight and scrape and crawl for that one. Jim did so much healing, effectively giving himself a 45 hit point base, just answering so many of the units that Andrew could possibly play. And Andrew just really trying to play around that, trying to go wide, try to go get a lot of out there, trying to get many units. And even then, Jim said, that's fine, still just going to destroy them. In fact, put them down. I'm going to put them on a bounty, and then I'm going to Super Blazer Blast the whole board to heal some more. But really, it was that Lurking Tie Fighter. That's what really won this match here. If it wasn't for that, Andrew would have been really, really struggling, but this just constantly getting in for those 4 points of damage. And another really huge clutch play was when Andrew used that, I'm forgetting the name of it, there's a red removal card that allows you to deal a point of damage to a space unit and remove an upgrade off of it. So him hitting his own Lurking Tie Phantom with that, just to remove that condemn so his Lurking Tie could keep getting in, that's probably what really turned the match around. That was such a key point. Very well played by both of them. That was an awesome match to win. Like, that was fantastic. I'm glad we got to see the end of that one. System Shock is the name of the card. Thank you so much. All right, we are going to take a break for a few minutes as we start getting ready for round number 3. Before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment and say that this PQ is happening here at Mox Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington. If you're in the Seattle area, come on by to Mox Boarding House, eat, drink, and play games. And if you're a Star Wars Unlimited player, and if you're watching this, I assume you are, we've got Star Wars Unlimited on Monday and Tuesday evenings. We would love to see you come on by. And if you're watching this here on Channel Swoop, this is a Star Wars Unlimited YouTube channel. It does focus on limited play, like draft and sealed. We got podcasts, we got gameplay, we got dissections of PQs. Right now, we're also providing coverage for this Eternal PQ since they asked me to, but it would also mean a lot if you're watching this, if you could help us hit that subscribe button and try to get us to those 500 subscribers. That would also mean a lot. All right, we only got a few minutes left in the round and a few matches still going, so we're going to let that wrap up. And we're going to be back in just a little bit. Alright everybody, we're getting ready for our next match here. Welcome to round number 3. We're going to have Quinlan Voss versus Kylo Ren. A couple of decks we have not seen on the stream yet today. I'll get those player names and base healths updated here. Both of them are on Tarkin Town, so This could potentially be a pretty fast matchup. Both players currently 2-0. I'm excited to see this Quinlan Voss. This is my personal deck of choice. And it just so happens that this Quinlan player is also a Jared. So we're going to have Jared versus Noah. As they get themselves shuffled up. Now this will be a very, very interesting matchup because these are both pretty aggressive decks. We know how Quinlan Voss likes to get those early plays, likes to get those 3 damage, 2 resource units. But we're going to see Kylo Ren kind of be equally aggressive and do a lot of upgrade shuffling, using that Kylo Ren ability to get upgrades into his discard on purpose. Because then he wants to deploy Kylo Ren and then just get those all right back on. Now, interesting, this Kylo Ren deck can also shift to be a little on the control-y side, too. Like, if he needs to, you can see him. He's got that no glory only results in hand. You could also swap to playing, like, Power of the Dark Sides. But if he wants to be aggressive, he can. There's that Sith Holocron in hand. That's a perfectly aggressive card. We're going to see Force Throws going back and forth for both players here. Almost a little bit of a Force Throw dance, if you will, because it kind of comes down to who wants to blink first, because there's a good chance if they just use their Force Throw, the other person could just discard their Force Throw, only really getting 1 point of damage off of it. We're going to have Noah lead us off. And we're going to go with the Secretive Sage. So it looks like he's choosing to be a little more on the aggressive side. That's the 2/2 shielded unit. More importantly, it is a force unit. We're going to activate Kylo. Quinlan Voss just claims the initiative. Does not deploy any unit. I wonder if that was an awkward mulligan over there for Jared. Going to follow it up with the Millennium Falcon. It's going to come in ready, but a Power of the Dark Side very cleanly takes care of that. And all Quinlan can do now is really claim the initiative, which means Kylo Ren can discard Nimble Prowess, draw another card, get in with that Secretive Sage, and start getting the first base damage dealt. And then going to the initiative here, we can see Noah kind of considering what direction do I want to take my deck? Because there's that single reactor ignition in his hand and says, no, I'm going to choose a resource that I think I'm the beatdown at the moment. And for 4 resources, here's a Kira. Jared's going to take a look at Noah's hand. We got the Fallen Lightsaber, Force Throw, Infiltrator Skill, and Anakin Skywalker. Jared can now name any card. It does not have to be the one that is in Noah's hand. And then that card's going to cost 3 more to play. I imagine he names the Anakin. Potentially Force Throw, but I'd assume Anakin. Noah activates Kylo to discard that Infiltrator Skill, draws a different card. There's a Migs Mayfield, one of the combo cards for this deck. And there's the Force Throw. Which, like I said, there's that Force Throw dance. Jared discards his own Force Throw. But that does mean Migs Mayfield does deal an additional 2 damage, and an activation of Tarkin Town does defeat Kira. So whatever card was named off of Kira is now opened up for Noah. That could still be the Anakin. If that's the case, Jared's thinking, okay, so what can I play here that's got more than 3 hit points? Potentially 6. I didn't quite catch if Noah had any heroic cards in his discard pile yet. We are going to go into the Quinlan Voss deploy turn. Noah being very meticulous with his resource decisions. Taking his time. And we're going to see Sabine Wren come down. This is the new red-yellow Sabine Wren, so this is going to be able to take out an upgrade and ambush. So it defeats the Secretive Sage's shield and ambushes into Miggs Mayfield. See that Sith Holocron going to Secretive Sage now. Karis Nemec now played, which means he does get to activate Quinlan Voss, put a point of damage onto Secretive Sage. Now Secretive Sage is in Tarkentown Rage. He's actually going to attack and deal a point of damage to every single one of Jared's unit because Secretive Sage is indeed a force unit. Sorry, that's the Sith Holocron on there. Karis Nemec with 1 point of damage. Quinlan Voss now deployed. It says, you know what? That Sage has been annoying enough. It's got to go. Attacks into the Secretive Sage. And then use Tarkentown to finish it off. So an empty board over for Kylo Ren. But we do see Quinlan Voss with a fair amount of base damage and some injured units. So I suppose you would not mind if that Karis Nemec gets defeated. And he does get a spy token off of it. This is a total of 3 units, which means if there's a Plo Koon is ready, but there's that Anakin Skywalker, and he does have a villain and heroic card. Or is it just the villain? Looked like it was just the villain. So he's going to -3/-3 Quinlan Voss and defeat that. Karis Nemec crashes into Anakin Skywalker, deals him 3 damage. We're going to see the disclose of a red heroic card. Ooh, shows the Plo Koon. And is that aggressive negotiations? He does get a spy out of it. Kylo Ren activation puts away snapshot reflexes, draws a force lightning off of it. He's going to name Kira and just says, you know what, whatever else is in your hand, I want to make sure you're not able to play it. There's a force lightning and a power of the dark side left for Noah. Just does a little bit of base damage with that spy. And thankfully, Jared did get some important information. He knows about that power of the dark side. If he wants to protect his units, he wouldn't have to play some more units to kind of get around that. In his hand, we can see aggressive negotiations, Plo Koon, and Adi Gala. But now we hit the 7 resource turn, and this is where it starts getting dangerous because this means this is the turn that Kylo Ren can deploy. Anakin smashes for 5, bring Quinlan's base damage up to 14. Spy chips in for a little bit, puts 4 damage total on Noah's base. And here comes that Kylo Ren. Noah's going to go through his discard pile and find which upgrades does he want to play. There's the Sith Holocron. There's 1. What else do you want to play? Considers the Fallen Lightsaber. It looks like the Fallen Lightsaber and Snapshot Reflexes. He gets to play all 3 of those upgrades. Slams them on the Kylo Ren. Snapshot Reflexes then allows him to attack in right away. Plus Sith Holocron. Do some extra damage. And Jared says, you know what? I'm good. So rough game one for the Quinlan player. I believe there was a mulligan, and it did look like he had no turn one play after that. And we got to see just how far behind he got to fall because of that. Like, if you even had a single 2 resource on that first turn to even just get the Secretive Sage's shield off, that alone would have helped him stay into this game a lot more consistently than he was able to before. We're going to go into the sideboard games now. Have to see what Quinlan Voss sideboard's in. Perhaps some more upgrade hate, maybe some Outer Rim Constables. We do have the Sabrine Wrens in there already, which I do like. Noah's another local player here in Seattle. I've personally played against him quite a bit, and as I was saying before, I myself am a Quinlan Voss Tarkentown player. So I can tell you, Noah has had plenty of practice going into this matchup. And you know what, other Jared? It might be my fault. I apologize for you in advance if that's the case. Looks like Quinlan's going to choose to begin with the initiative this time around. Very clean game one for Kylo Ren. I don't believe they've drawn their opening cards yet, so I don't think there's a mulligan situation happening yet. I don't want to be biased, but I am rooting for the Quinlan Voss player, and that's only because I've personally struggled in this matchup, and I want to see how it's done. Like, how do you play around and get around this Kylo Ren, just getting these upgrades? And it's the way that Kylo Ren can shift its strategy on the fly when it needs to. It can be aggressive. It can get that Secretive Sage down and get those upgrades early on. It can get that early base damage if it wants to. And for some reason it feels like it can't, it can swap to that control. It can play those no glory only results. It can play those power of the dark sides. It can use Tarkentown to get rid of the opponent's units and just delay until Kylo Ren can deploy. So it can go either or. As we saw in that first game, Noah leaned aggressive. Jared not having a whole lot of units to start off with just meant like, yeah, sure, I'll be the beatdown while I can. Now, could that change for this game? We'll have to see. All right, decks are presented. Let's get some opening hand here, boys. And hopefully no mulligans. We'll have to see how they feel here. Love to see a strong game 3. Hopefully no stumbles for either player. You never hope for that for either person. You want them to really get to play the game and do their thing. Noah says, I'll keep. Jared says, I'll keep. And I'm going to open up with, there's that Karis Nemec. Classic. One of the best upgrades to this Quinlan Voss deck that was technically available to him. But Quinlan Voss kind of fell out of style by the time Secrets of Power came around. We're going to see a Karis Nemec. Yep, crashing right away. No, it just says, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of this old constructed lightsaber. Don't worry about it. You definitely won't see this later. I'm going to draw a different card instead. And then Sabine Wren. I'm going to use Force Lightning, but I don't think that's going to work the way he wants it to. Because he does not control You do not have a force unit to make that happen, so I think we might need to do a little bit of a rewind, or are they good? There are judges right there. I'm sure they're watching. Yeah, I think we did force lightning, so he could not disclose off of it, and then use Tarkin Town to finish off the Charismatic. There we go. And Jared's going to open up with a Kira and just says, all right, we're going to 5 resources. Let me see what you got, because I want to make sure you don't get to play something. And there's that Anakin Skywalker. I imagine he's going to name Anakin Skywalker, so that'd be a great target to not let Noah play this turn. Because now Sabine's clear to attack. Quinlan Voss is clear to deploy. Bit closer of a match this time around. However, Jared did get to see the 2 secretive sages and the force throw in Noah's hand. And he's just going to claim initiative. Pardon me, now we're in the 5 resource turn. And this could be Noah getting into that mindset of, hey, you know what? I think I might need to be a little more on the control side. So maybe rather than playing just units, I'll make sure I can play the first thing the next turn. Finds another secretive sage. I think that's all 3 of them in his deck. Kira's going to crack in for some damage. Going to smuggle out a Lompike. This is going to be the 4/6. It doesn't get the shield yet. It does need to attack in order to put shields out. But a Plo Koon is going to come out and immediately take out Lompike. He's got the coordinate. That does mean he gets the raid 3 on that attack. Hits him for 6. Quinlan Voss is not going to come down. Get him for some more damage. What an opposite from the first game. Now we really see the Quinlan Voss player really in control right now. Can push a lot of damage. Plo Koon is representing 6 damage on his own. Kira is still on the field. Kira did name Anakin, so it's not easy for Noah to play Anakin. And unless he's got a way of stopping that Plo Koon, he could be facing down lethal this turn. See him really mulling it over. Noah does get to start. Does get down the Anakin. That's Kira named not Anakin. Another 6 damage to his base off of Kira and Quinlan. I wonder what Kira named then. Deepa Baliba. Whoa. Deepa's going to ambush in, deal 5 damage to Anakin, and Tarkin Town is then going to finish it off, and that's a 5/7 Saboteur. So even if Kylo Ren is deployed as a big Sentinel, Deepa is a Saboteur, can just attack right past him. All right, 7 resources. This is the Kylo Ren deploy turn. That's immediately what we're going to start off with. He's going to use Nimble Prowess alone. Probably, exhaust that Deepa. Make sure he can't get immediately punished for that. Constructed Lightsaber is also going to come down. And can he afford anything else? Says no. I'm good with just these. I'm going to keep up a little bit of resources for some potential shenanigans. Jared's just going to throw Kira into Kylo Ren, just put 3 points of damage on him. Noah's got that force throw up front, thinking, is it worth force throwing right now? We're back at that force throw dance. Both players have force throw at the front of their hands. They both want to play it. They both know this is what they want to do, but you know, whoever force throws first is just going to hit the other force throw. Kylo does attack for 10. But does he have enough damage that a Han Solo unit is going to ambush in, does the first strike damage, and does just enough to take out Kylo Ren? But just like that, Noah's defense is back down, and he can get down a secretive Sage. This means Quinlan Voss is open to getting another attack up. He's just going to claim initiative. He says, you know what? Quinlan doesn't need to attack yet, because all Jared needs to do is smuggle a hotshot blaster from the roll. All he needs to do is get a surprise strike. Any kind of pump like that allows him to attack with Han Solo and finish this game. There's the force throw dance. Discards force throw to force throw, puts 1 point of damage onto Quinlan Voss. But we see a hotshot blaster smuggled out for Quinlan Voss here onto Han, hidden for 8 total damage. It's the surprise strike. That's good enough. That also gives another +3. Han Solo attacks in, dealing a grand total of 9 damage to his base, and that's going to be game number 2. Goes to the Quinlan Voss player. And we got ourselves a game 3. Very intricate matchup. You see both players really trying to leverage their fields, right? The big thing for both of them is like, I need to make sure I have a force unit because these force throws are so important to me. And for someone like Noah, these force lightnings are even more important. My fallen lightsabers, more important if I can get these on these force units. The Kylo Ren deck plays a heavier concentration of force units compared to the Quinlan Voss deck. But they're still equally important for both of them. And the longer this game goes, it usually does get harder for Quinlan Voss. But he was able to navigate around that, use the Kira, just get enough damage onto that Kylo Ren, and use that Han Solo to finish him. And since Quinlan Voss was still deployed, was there a Quinlan ping damage in there? And now they're thinking, well, we're going to game 3. Initiative order is going to change. So do I want to change my sideboard and consider that? Do I want to keep my controlled cards in for Kylo? Do I want more of the aggressive cards? If Kylo Ren starts with the initiative, that does leave him potentially vulnerable to Quinlan Voss's ability. They've got plenty of time to figure out this match. So for some reason it does go long. They've got plenty of time. It is going to be Kylo, starting with the initiative here. And again, we could see a very different game coming from Kylo Ren. It might be a lot more similar to what Game 1 was, where he was a much more aggressive, getting more units down, getting that fallen lightsaber, and just getting that early attacks. Because it seemed like Game 2, he was a little more on the control side, since we saw those Karis Nemeks come down, like he saw good units. Maybe he'll get a little bit of stronger opening hands than, say, seeing all 3 secretive sages in his draws. Both players taking a look here. And I love seeing just how much they are thinking about how do I want to resource. Really taking their time. Saying, is a mulligan worth it? You see Quinlan Voss, like there's a Millennium Falcon in there. That's normally pretty good. There's also a red 5, though. Is that as good? He says, you know what? This is good enough. I'm going to keep. Noah's going to lead off with Sister of the Night, and an Adi Gala is going to come down. Sister of the Night only costs 1, so cannot get Quinlan Voss pinged. Adi Gala is now deployed, though, which means Force Throw is active. Any events played for Noah will deal some base damage. We're going to see Power of the Dark Side, which will put 1 point of damage onto his base thanks to Adi Gala's ability. Millennium Falcon comes down. Activation of Kylo Ren puts away the constructed lightsaber and draw another card. And now Quinlan looking to be much more aggressive this turn, using that Millennium Falcon to attack. And then an initiative is claimed. Noah prioritizing taking the initiative instead of just getting a point of damage in with his 1 resource unit. Is going to pay 1 resource to keep Millennium Falcon in play. And this is why. That is a Force unit, allowing him to use Force Lightning to take down Millennium Falcon. Quinlan's going to follow it up with Red 5. Resources depleted for both players. Kylo's going to ditch that Sith Holocron, try to draw something else. Keep setting up these future turns. Quinlan Voss now taking the initiative. A familiar looking sight compared to the first game. Not a lot of base damage going back and forth yet. It's in for 1. The Kylo Ren deck is typically pretty weak to space. Doesn't really play space units, just all about those ground units and force units. So it is possible that this Red 5 could be getting in for 3 points of damage every single turn, unless we see Noah play some kind of event to deal with it. Jared looking at his hand, he sees that Plo Koon, sees that Force Throw. He says, I can't really use this Force Throw right now, so I'm going to put that away. Hopefully it doesn't punish him later when a Force Throw is used against him. He doesn't have his own Force Throw to discard. More Kylo Ren activations to rummage away some cards, allowing Quinlan Voss to get deployed, and followed by another Force Lightning, immediately taking out Quinlan Voss. Oh! That's pretty big, because we saw that Plo Koon in hand. He wanted to be able to Plo and get that 6 damage and have something that's threatened for 6 right away, but that Force Lightning was just an immediate answer. And then another Millennium Falcon comes down. Plo Koon back online with that coordinate. This might just be what he's looking for, because attacking for 6 plus that ambush, we are getting towards the time where Kylo Ren deploys. If he can just hit that for 6 and just chunk Kylo Ren and makes it so that he gets maybe, 1 attack off? It's not as punishing, especially since Noah has to commit all of his resources, his entire turn, to those Kylo Ren deploys. Of course, Noah is still here on the table, which means he can still have his own answers. 1 resource is paid for Millennium Falcon. He says, I want to keep this out. I need this for the damage. Noah's still choosing his resources. And we are ready to go. We've seen removal come from Noah, but it hasn't been a lot of efficient ones. We haven't seen the power of the dark sides or the no glory only results. So Karis Nemec is going to attack in and get 3 damage in. Jared saying, you know what, I need this to attack before you get that big Kylo Sentinel down. And if that's the case, like, that's 3 damage on the ground, 6 more potential in space. Has that Migs Mayfield in hand. That could be tempting. This is one of the main points when you're playing that Kylo Ren deck. So you got to keep checking your discard. Says, all right, what upgrades could I play? We also have not seen an Anakin for Noah. He's got to count out how he wants to spend those resources on those discarded upgrades. More importantly, which ones does he want to play, or any of the ones from my hand worth playing? It's a big decision point. 5 resources up for Quinlan Voss means Plo Koon could be there, K2SO could be there. And he's going to play Migs Mayfield. Millennium Falcon gets in for another 3 points of damage. 16 now on Kylo's base to Quinlan's 1. Followed up by Secretive Sage. Just kind of getting some units down. Another 3 damage from Red 5. 19 total damage on Noah's base. Tarkentown still available for both players still. And Noah claims initiative. A smuggled out Cassian Andor. It comes in readied, attacks into his base, deals another 3. That puts him at 22. He's looking at 4 lethal attackers. He's going to draw some cards. Is there anything that can stop 4 potential lethal attackers? 2 of them are in space. Is there anything he could deploy? Can he play Kylo? Is there any like upgrade he could play that could stop all of that from coming in? And the answer is no. Quinlan Voss takes it down versus Kylo Ren. Typically not a great matchup for Quinlan Voss, but wow. Very, very fascinating. Very close. We did see the Quinlan Voss struggle in that game 1 a bit, which again could have just come down to having to do that mulligan, not having that turn 1 play, and that's what put him behind. And then Kylo Ren was able to cleanly answer using just a ton of spot removal, keep his side of the board clear, and use upgraded Secretive Sage to push all that damage. Game 2 was a lot of back and forth, and in Game 3, I think, I don't know if it was just Noah not trying to find the draws he was hoping for with those Power of the Dark Sides or other spot removals, and couldn't quite delay the game enough for that single reactor ignition. If he was able to get the 8 resources and play that and wipe Quinlan's side of the board, that also would have been huge, but it didn't quite get there, so very well played for both of them. We're going to take a moment and actually come on back to the commentator desk for a moment to say hello once more time. Hello, everybody. My name is Jared. You're watching the eternal Planetary Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited here at Mox Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington, just outside of Seattle, here on Channel SWU. Again, if you're watching this, it would mean a lot if you hit that subscribe button. It does mean a lot. And I've got some charts for you because, like I said, we have about 56 players here today. And we want to let you know exactly what everyone is playing. So let's actually take a look at that. As expected, a lot of Jango Fett's. Probably not really a surprise there. 15 of them on Tarkentown. We did see the 130 hit point resource base. 8 people showing up with Gar Saxon. This was the deck most people are playing, thinking this is the deck that we can use to try to defeat Jango Fett. But then look at this, we still got 6 Quinlan Vosses, 6 Boba Fett's, 5 Kylo Rens, and then 4 Yodas. Probably one of the most surprising things to me is that there are only 2 Han Solos from Spark of Rebellion. Han 1s. Only 2 of them showing up here today. But we do have a lot of off-meta decks also showing up. We had, as you've seen, We had Tobias Beckett. There's Saw Gerrera's out there. There's a Han too. We got some Grand Inquisitor. We saw a Deidre show up. We saw Anakin earlier on the stream. So people are still trying to show up with either their favorite decks or decks that they think are the best matched up. Whether they feel that is going to be their favorite decks and the ones they know how to play, or they really feel like this is the deck that can take down the Jangos, these can take down the Gar Saxons, they can take down the Quinlan bosses. And that's what we got. Again, about 56 players. We are in the middle of round number 3. We are doing 6 rounds today with a cut to a top 8, which means starting next round, we could start seeing our first win-ins, because once some players hit that 4-0 start, they will intentionally draw, giving them just enough match points and put them ahead in the leaderboards, letting them go into that top 8. So next round, we might be seeing some win-ins. I don't believe we are doing a break for lunch, so we're going to keep on going through. So that said, we are going to take a brief break. Let y'all watch and hang out. And we'll be back with round 4 as soon as it's up and available, and get some more exciting matches of Star Wars Unlimited. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing all right. We are currently in the middle of a lunch break. Try to bring it back to the commenter desk, though I think my camera broke. We'll see if it fixed itself. Nope, that's looking pretty broke to me. Well, that's too bad. All right, we'll go back to the room for a second. So we are in the middle of a lunch break. We have 3 rounds down. It is a total of 6 rounds for today, and then we're going to go to a cut to top 8. But in the meantime, since we got this break, we want to take a little bit of a moment just to say hello, hi, thanks for being here, and start off by saying thank you for watching. This is Channel Swoo. If you're watching this here, it would mean a lot if you hit that subscribe button. We are trying to hit that 500 subscriber count. That would mean so much to me, and if you're a Star Wars Unlimited player, be sure to check us out because we've got all videos on nothing but limited or Swoo. We're talking draft, we're talking sealed, we're talking upcoming limited PQs, and if that's your jam, be sure to subscribe to Channel Swoo. And of course, we also wanted to give a shout out to Mock's Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington. This is the venue for today. Fantastic place. Come eat, play, and drink. Hang with your friends. Mock's Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington. And if you're a Star Wars Unlimited player in the area, come on by on Monday and Tuesday evenings where we play Star Wars Unlimited. This is the first Eternal PQ of this season, which is very, very exciting. And if you've just hopped in and you're haven't been keeping up with what Eternal is, well, we could talk about that real quick. Let's take a look. Here is Eternal. Now, for those of you who don't know, Eternal is the new non-rotating format for Star Wars Unlimited. That means with the release of the 7th set, A Lawless Time, this is the new format that came out. That means all cards from all 7 sets are available for play. Compared that to Premiere, which currently has only the 4 newest sets. Now, before in Premiere, we had some banned cards because these cards were just too good for Premiere. We're talking the Fetts, Jango Fett and Boba Fett, both banned leaders. Jango Fett for its oppressive board control with a lot of comboing units. Boba Fett for just being way too overstated and getting that resource advantage. And then we've also seen cards like Triple Dark Raid because that was just too good with Jango Fett. We've seen DJ because that comboed very well with Han Solo from Spark of Rebellion. And Force Throw actually lasted the longest, but then did get banned after the Legends of the Force set released and too many Force units were available activating Force Throw. So these are the cards that were banned before. And now we can take a look at the cards that are banned in Eternal now, which is none of them. We truly are in a lawless time. There are 0 banned cards in the Eternal format, which means everything goes. Anything that was previously banned is now playable, and a lot of players wanted to play with those cards again, and they also wanted to explore them and see if those cards could still hold up since more sets have released since then. And we've been seeing that. We've been seeing a lot of Jango Fetts today. In fact, we can even show you what the current meta is for everyone here. Over 25% of the field is Jango Fett. 15 of them are Tarkin Town. One of them is the 30 hit point base. We also have a lot of Gar Saxons showing up. There's a lot of Gar Saxons with ECL. This was the deck that was created because in their mind, this is the deck that says, we use this to defeat Jango Fett. But there's also Quinlan Voss Tarkin Town decks showing up, 6 of those. Also a very strong deck against, specifically, Jango Fett. Boba Fett's also back just for being a popular leader. Some Kylo Ren, Legends of the Force unit, I try to call it before, where he uses a lot of the unit discard to try to get those upgrades and get himself out. We got some Yodas, a lot of Yoda data files, a couple of Han ones, and then a lot of single leaders also showing up. Like we had that Tobias Beckett Endless Legions combo pop off on stream. Very exciting to see. So a lot of things are still available. If you haven't seen these decks before, we can give you a breakdown real quick. This is the boogeyman of the format. Jango Fett is back. He was banned for a reason, and everyone wanted him gone for a reason. That 3/7 deploy on 5 resources. His ability to make it so that anytime any friendly unit deals damage to an enemy unit, you just exhaust it. That means Jango Fett can combo with a lot of fantastic units. Cards like IG-2000, P-38 Starfighter, Ruthless Raider, and most of all, that War Juggernaut that can deal a damage to any amount of units that it wants. So combine that with Jango's Flip means you deploy a very big unit and you just exhaust your entire field, the entire opponent's field, meaning they can't even get attacks off in on you. And with Triple Dark Raid, also unbanned, they can combo that to find some of these big vehicle units, whether that's War Juggernaut, you can get Triple Dark Raid into that. You can find Devastators, you can find Ruthless Raiders. There is a lot of things that Jango can get. And it has gotten new cards. Like it was banned back in set 3. We're now on set 7, and it's gotten a few new cards since then. A lot of the classics are still there, but, you know, a few upgrades. The new Punishing one has been great for Jango Fett, as it combines dealing that damage, getting that exhaust, and then also being able to get extra raid damage off of his attacks, depending on how many damage units that your opponent has. Jango Fett uses all of those, along with the Triple Dark Raid, just to push that damage. They're playing Tarkin Town, like they want the game to end fast, and it can be very, very aggressive. And if it needs to, it also has those strong finishers like the War Juggernaut that we mentioned before, the Devastator, where it enters, it deals 4 indirect damage, but you get to choose where that indirect damage goes into. You combine that with, say, Triple Dark Raid, you find the Devastator, get that damage in, attack him with the Devastator, bounce it back to your hand, next turn, replay the Devastator, and you can see that's the pure combo power that Jango Fett can provide. But of course, he also has his haters. As like I said, there are some decks showing up that are trying to stop Jango Fett. For example, Gar Saxon, the second most popular deck that we're seeing here today. Gar Saxon with Energy Conversion Lab. Gar Saxon is a leader that says in every single one of your units that is upgraded gets an additional +1/+0. So naturally, all Gar Saxon does is play upgraded units. He has a lot of shielded units. They enter in with a shield, so not only are they protected from an attack, they also get an extra point of power thanks to that. So he gets to play a lot of brand new cards from A Lawless Time. He's playing Leppy Lookout. He's playing lots of Razzies. He's playing some of the new upgrades like Nimble Prowess from Secrets of Power. So because of that, Gar Saxon is playing a lot of very interactive units that allows him to either attack in, only lose the shield and not lose the unit, allows him to play units that immediately deal damage like Lazarazi to the opponent's units. So he actually has a lot of very solid interaction. He isn't just like a go-for-the-throat aggressive deck. He actually is surprisingly more on the mid-range side. And of course, he is also playing Energy Conversion Lab, which allows you to ambush a unit in from 6 or less. And he's playing Blue Villainy, which means he can play that very powerful Darth Vader combo, where Darth Vader comes in, gives a shield to a friendly unit, gives a shield to an enemy unit, Vader attacks with the ambush, and that Vader attack allows him to defeat an enemy unit that is shielded. And plus, he's playing Gar Saxon, so if Vader gives a shield to one of his own units, he's also giving him a point of power. So a lot of combos and a lot of upgrade possibilities coming from Gar Saxon, and that's one of the reasons that we're seeing so many of them here today. And the third most popular deck here today is the Quillen Voss deck. This is my personal pick for favorite deck, but I also played this all the way from set 4 up until rotation. Love me some Quillen Voss. And this is kind of the force throw deck. He's the aggressive one. He's looking to play a lot of smaller, cheaper units, whether they cost 2 or they cost 3, and they all attack for 3. And he's trying to push that base damage early. Kind of mid-rangey, because he's got a little bit of interaction, but his main thing is pushing that damage fast and early and finishing it off before your opponent can even recover and get on their feet. Surprisingly, Quillen Voss also has a lot of hand-hate effects because of this. He's playing the Force Throw. Force Throw is not banned. Getting that back into Quinlan Voss makes him that much more viable. So that's one card on your opponent's hand. They can play the Kiras, get that information, see the opponent's hand. So whatever it is that they're looking to play this turn, maybe play the next turn, you can make sure it costs too much for them to actually play that. And they also have Ahsoka Tano, so forcing the opponent to discard a card. We could see some Spark of Rebellions, letting them see their hand, discard a card either from the side or in the main board. So Quinlan Voss also has, surprisingly, a lot of hand hate. But the big thing with Quinlan Voss is that he can also answer Jango Fett very, very cleanly. He's got a lot of options to do so. Quinlan Voss deploys at 5 and says whenever you play a unit, you may deal 1 damage to an enemy unit that costs the same or less. So, when Jango Fett deploys, Quinlan Voss is looking to play Plo Koon for 5 resources. Plo Koon raids in with that ambush, deals Jango Fett 6 damage, and with Quinlan Voss's ability, deals 1 more damage for a total of 7, which means in a single action, Quinlan Voss can just outright defeat Jango Fett before he can start doing those mass board exhausts. And not only that, Plo Koon can do it, sure, but now the new K2SO unit coming in from a Lawless Time does the exact same thing. So he's actually got even more ambush units trying to defeat with Jango Fett. And in a pinch, if he's desperate, he can also use Force Throw, target himself, discard something like, say, a Han Solo unit or a Qui-Gon Jinn, which deals 7 damage, and just throw that right into Jango Fett. So this is another reason why we're seeing a lot of Quinlan Vosses today, is because he's another way that can deal with the biggest threat in this meta, which is Jango Fett. We got plenty of other decks showing up, though. Boba Fett, quite a few of those today. Kind of all over in the base combinations, and that's because one of the reasons that Boba Fett is so good is because he's good. He's good with any color pair. It doesn't matter what you put him with. Boba Fett is going to be good. There's Boba Reds, there's Boba Blues, there's Boba Greens, there's Boba Data Vaults, Boba ECLs. He has a lot of options, and that makes him very, very flexible and very, very powerful. And one of the biggest things is, aside from getting that resource advantage off of his leader ability, is that he is a 4/7 leader on deploy at 5 resources. You don't see that. For Boba Fett, a total of 11 stats, 4 power, 7 hit points. Most other leaders at 5 are typically what? 3/7s? With Lawless Time, we're starting seeing more 3/6s, even 3/5s. So Boba Fett is just the beefiest leader you could possibly see at that 5 resource deploy turn. Aggro is still absolutely a thing, though. As before, our favorite aggro deck was Sabine Wren. Shockingly, no Sabine Wrens today. The tried and true aggro queen Sabine Wren is able to push damage so quickly thanks to her ability and just playing a lot of hyper efficient units early on and just wants to swing base, base, base. And in some of those Sabine Wren deploy turns, they get something like the Darksaber on her, and when she attacks, she can just buff all the Mandalorian units at her side and just keeps trucking in. And uses Energy Conversion Lab, combine that with powerful late game units like Poe Dameron or Wrecker, and just gets tons of damage. However, no Sabine Wren today. Very, very surprising to me. This kind of felt like the old tried and true. If you're not sure what to do, if you don't want to learn any other deck, you play Sabine Wren and you start just smashing into them and hoping for the best. And finally, another possible deck is just the old villainy ramp deck. We've got Emperor Palpatine here, but this could be any villainy ramp deck that could possibly. There could be Piets, there could be some Krennics, but again, this is another one that not a whole lot really showed up today, so maybe not a whole lot of big, massive Star Destroyers coming down from green or blue villainy, but this was another possibility. Instead, what we are seeing a lot more of, I don't have a slide for it, but we are seeing a lot of the Kylo Ren Tarkintown decks, and this is the blue-red Kylo Ren that's focused on those upgrades. It's using his ability, trying to ditch those lightsabers, which lets him draw a card on top of that. And then he's also using a lot of soft control. He's using cards like Power of the Dark Side to get rid of the opponent's units. He's using cards like No Glory, Only Results to get rid of your opponent's units. So that if he needs to be a little more on the control side, he can until Kylo Ren deploys on those 7 resources, gets all those upgrades on himself, and just becomes a massive 10-10 Sentinel and just starts cracking into your opponent's base for a huge amount of damage. What also makes that Kylo Ren deck so flexible is that he doesn't have to. He can stay aggressive if he wants and just start attacking in, get those upgrades down on his Force units early on. And as a Force deck, you can also use Force Throw. We also have a couple of Yoda Data Vault decks here, which are more on the heroic, slower, mid-range, sort of control side, but a lot of the classic green heroic that we saw in the meta before rotation. So you can expect cards like U-Wing Reinforcements, Kelleran Becks, Yoda units, just all the good heroic top ends. Bo-Katans have started showing up and all that, so a lot of possibilities there. Players are still on their lunch break, but I just wanted to take this moment and just let you know what's going on. Send you on back to the room timer. Players are starting to filter back in, so we're going to start getting ready for the next round, and we will see you guys in just a few minutes for round 4, and we might see some win-ins. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the eternal Planetary Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited here on Channel SWU. We are getting ourselves ready for round number 4. And what we have for you is probably what many of you have expected. We've got a Jango Fett mirror. This is Brandon versus Nicholas. Both players are 3-0, and this is an important match for both of them.
Brandon's the barrel.
Very important one. The reason being is because they're both 3-0. If they manage to win this game, that puts them at 4 wins, and at 4 wins, they can intentionally draw into the top 8, which means one of these players should be a top 8er unless something crazy happens and they end up in a draw. Now, this is a Jango Fett versus Jango Fett. However, this is not an exact mirror because only one Jango Fett is on Tarkin Town. Nicholas here is on that 30 hit point base. Says, you know what, Tarkin Town, not that important to me. You know what's important to me? 5 more hit points. So we'll have to see how this plays out. This might be another one where initiative is extremely important for both players, as who can get that Jango Fett ping off first? Who can exhaust one of their units first? And how do you dance around this? I imagine this is one of those matchups that both of them had to practice quite a bit before. Players are shuffling up and getting ready to go. Hopefully they had a good lunch break so they get themselves all nice and rejuvenated. Really curious to see how this actually goes down. I think initiative might end up being really, really important. The triple dark raids may also end up being really vital. And this could be... I'm not certain if this is a certain matchup where you want to just get your things in first, or if this is a matchup where you don't want to blink first. So we could see some potential action delays, if that's the case, or maybe we're just going to get aggressive again in there. Nicholas doesn't like his hand. He's going to ship him back. Brandon does keep, though. Nicholas will be the one starting with the initiative after winning that die roll. Now, both decks do run just a couple of shielded units. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly what they're looking for. Those shields might end up being super important. 1, for attacks in to get that exhaust in, and 2, protection from those ping damage so that they don't get exhausted. And we see exactly that. Nicholas with a crafty smuggler in hand. That could potentially be the opener. Then again, we could see a crafty into a crafty. All right, looks like our resources are down. Nicholas, ready to lead us off? Maybe? Says, you know what? Hold on. Let me do a different resource. There we go. All right, now we're ready to go. And we're going to lead off with that crafty smuggler. 2-2 comes in with a shield. And both of them, yep, sure enough. Shielded units. Crafty smuggler for Nicholas. Black Sunstar fighter for Brandon. There should be a shield on that one. Looks like Brandon's getting it now. Yep, and we'll start off with some base damage. Going back and forth. But this is a situation where maybe that 5 extra hit points coming in from Nicholas is really, really important. Shin Hati comes down. For both of them, both getting the 4-2 hidden and shielded. Again, just a lot of shielded units, so even though they're trying to ping, they're trying to exhaust, like they're both just saying, I gotta play around that. I need protected units. And now we're gonna start to see this dance happen of how they want to use those shields. They want to attack in, they want to use that to protect from potential exhausts. Or maybe they just ignore it and go straight to the base. Nick says it's base. 4 damage to the base off the Shin Hati. Brandon's action. Does the same. 4 damage right back. Both players almost at parity. I mean, we do have the 2 hit point advantage. Or sorry, 5 hit point advantage for Nicholas. 8 damage on both bases now. Nicholas plays his own Black Sun Starfighter. Look at this, another shielded unit. Both players knew exactly how this matchup goes. They've practiced this one. They knew if they're going to play Jango Fett, there's a good chance we're going to see other Jango Fetts. I missed what that card was. Is that a Shadow of Stygian Prime? Nicholas plays another Black Sun Starfighter. I think that's a Shadow of Stygian Prime. So right there, that's going to exhaust the Shin Hati and start dealing 2 damage to Nicholas every single regroup phase. Wow. So a little bit of control and free damage coming in. Interesting. That did take all of Brandon's resources, though, and Nicholas got to play 2 more 2/2s in space. We'll have to see if that 2 damage a turn from Stygian Prime is enough to keep that pressure on Nicholas. Certainly protected him from some damage this turn. Both players not really willing to blink first and get those shields off on either one of their units. They value just getting that base damage in first. There's only a 1 base health difference between the two. Brandon's going to say, I'm deploying Jango. What do you got? Nicholas has the punishing ones. That's going to come in and deal a point of damage to Brandon's Jango Fett, allowing him to get the exhaust off of Nicholas's Jango Fett. The first point of unit damage has been dealt this game. Brandon thinking about his hand. Now Nicholas has his own Jango Fett deploy coming. How does he want to deal with that? Now thankfully, his Jango Fett is still on the board. So that Jango Fett leader ability is still in play. This is where the really interesting turns come out, right around these deploy turns. He's going to play Kylo's TIE Silencer. It's a 3/2 in space. Nicholas says, okay, I'm going to hit you for 2 with my crafty smuggler. Brandon may be trying to action delay. No, we're going to see a sneak attack. Sneak attack with the IG-2000? The IG-2000s are going to come in and deal 1 damage to 3 units. Basically, taking away some shields. It puts a point of damage on punishing one and takes away the shields off the other space units. Jango Fett gets deployed. IG attacks, hits the base, dealing 3 more damage to Nicholas's base. Nicholas says, I'm going to attack. Get another 3 in there. Brandon with 8 health remaining. Nicholas with 11 health remaining. And look how thick both of their boards are. Nicholas with 3 units on the ground, and with 3 units in space. Granted, one of Nicholas's ground units did get hit by the Shadow Stygian Prime, so they're going to go to the regroup phase. Shadow Stygian Prime does another 2 damage. 9 base health remaining for Nicholas, 8 base health remaining for Brandon. Brandon with the initiative. Still a lot of shields out there. This game's coming to an end this turn. There's just no way to stop this many units, especially when so many of them are protected with this many shields. So Jango Fett gets in for that 3. 6 health remaining for Nicholas. Nicholas has got to be thinking, I don't want to get to 28. Can I get to 28? A Ruthless Raider would finish me. Plus, then if I can't win this turn, I have to go to the regroup phase. Shadow Stygian Prime finishes me. So he says, I'm going to triple Dark Raid, look at the top 8 cards of my deck, and I'm going to find me a vehicle and play that for cheap. There is a War Juggernaut. That would exhaust the Kylo Ren's TIE Silencer, but the shield on the Black Sun Starfighter and the Shin Hati means that wouldn't exhaust those down, but doesn't seem to have much of a choice. So yeah, he's going to go for the War Juggernaut. That can deal 1 damage to as many units as War Juggernaut wants. You're going to see that go to all of Brandon's, potentially Nicholas's own, to try to make it bigger. It's probably going to deal a point of damage to itself since it got triple Dark Rated. So let's see where this damage goes. 1 onto itself, +1 power. 1 onto his own Jango. 1 onto Brandon's Jango. Hits the shield. War Juggernaut is now a 7/7. Oh, and a Hotshot Blaster off of Shin Hati, dealing 6 damage out of nowhere. All Brandon had to do was just wait. You just had to wait for Nicholas to finish up his action because he could smuggle out that Hotshot Blaster and finish it off. Oh boy. Very sudden surprise lethal there. Shadow Stygian Prime dealing just enough damage each turn, building it up just enough so that you get into lethal range for that Shin Hati. And that Shin Hati still having that shield, protecting it from the War Juggernaut or even any other potential ping damage, whether it's a Ruthless Raider or P-38 or even another punishing one. So Brandon was basically all in on that Shin Hati. He said, I'm going to get that 3 damage with my Jango, and if I can get ready with my Shin Hati on that action, my Blaster's going to finish this game. And I just need to get to that point. Very, very tight. And you saw how tight that game was, even with the 5 hit point base difference, the Tarkin Town versus Nicholas. And Tarkin Town wasn't even used. At no point was there a damaged unit on Nicholas's side of the field that gave Brandon a target to use Tarkin Town on and deal another 3 damage to it. But again, you can see how experienced both of these players are going into this Jango Fett mirror. They both knew exactly what to do by playing those shielded units. And again, they said, I can't blink first. I'm going to get my damage into your base. I can't spend my units attacking into your units just to get those shields out of the way. Both players are saying, I think I can outrace you. Be very curious to see what comes in for that sideboard. I wonder if we'll see some upgrade hate coming from Nicholas ever since that Shadow of Stygian Prime. As a reminder, this is round 4. If either one of these players manages to get their 4th win here, that puts them at 4-0, they can then intentionally draw and make themselves into the top 8. This is their win and in. So there is a lot riding on this match. And if they don't end up winning it, they of course have plenty of opportunities to still get into the top 8 with the matches afterwards. Nicholas won the die roll, so he started with the initiative, which means this game he's also going to keep the initiative. Not a fast matchup. And so even though that ended at the, well, that was the 6th resource turn, that still took 20 minutes to get through. It's not a fast match by any means. Like, there is a lot of decision points at several moments throughout that whole thing. Like, you see them really thinking about, what do I want to play here? Like, do I want to try to get those pings? Like, we saw Brandon really mulling over, like, do I just deploy my Jango here, knowing like he's definitely going to get exhausted? Like, he respects his opponent. He knows his opponent is going to have something for it. We saw them really consider those possible triple dark raid actions. They're also really being considerate about their opening hands and their resources. And I think both of them know that they have to have some shielded units. Like, if they don't get to open up with a Crafty Smuggler or a Black Sun Starfighter, then they're already going to be struggling because they're just not really going to get that many attacks off. All right, let's see some opening hands. Both of them are going to be looking for those shielded units, and Brandon says, you know what? Not this one. I'm going to put this away. We have Brandon on the mulligan. Looks like Nicholas is going to keep, though, so he's ready to go. Brandon into a forced mulligan, though, so hopefully his opening plays keep up. So we get that Black Sun Patroller, that 2/2 shielded. Brandon gets a Kylo High Silencer, basically just a 3/2 in space. Not the best opening hand because this does give the Black Sun Patroller a very clean target just to crack it into. He'll lose his shield, but Kylo's High Silencer does just get defeated. We might see a little more unit interaction this time around and not just going base to base. Yep, Black Sun Patroller defeating that, loses its shield. Oh yeah, this is a definite initiative matters game so far, because Brandon can follow up with a P-38 Starfighter, which deals 1 damage to the Black Sun Patroller, but because it already attacked, Brandon cannot exhaust it with Jango Fett. Now Nicholas has to be careful with what he plays, and he's going to go another Shin Hati down on the ground, the 4-2 with a shield. Does give Brandon the opportunity to use Tarkentown to kill the Black Sun Patroller. We actually got a Tarkentown use, everybody. Going to 4 resource turn, no damage on either base. Nicholas still with the initiative. He's going to open up by dealing 4 damage with Shin Hati. Brandon gets in for 3. Nicholas plays the 7th Fleet Defender. We're going to see Brandon play that Shadow of Stygian Prime. Comes right back down onto Shin Hati again. This is going to start dealing Nicholas 2 damage every single regroup phase. And we saw how imperative that was in the previous game. It could end up being just as important this time around. It not only puts damage on Nicholas's base, because it keeps Shin Hati exhausted, and now Brandon is saving himself a lot of base damage. So now Nicholas has got to choose. Do I keep pushing that base damage, or do I take out this P-38 Starfighter while I still got this shield? But if I get this shield, it makes me vulnerable to Jango Fett pings. 5 resource turn. This is when both Jango Fetts can deploy. Very important turns. Every single action here is going to be imperative. Nicholas says base. Brandon's up to 7 damage on Tarkentown. P-38 goes right on back. Crafty Smuggler comes on for Nicholas, and they're 2-2 shielded. Brandon checking his resource row. Is he checking for that hotshot blaster again? He's got a 2nd Shadow Stygian Prime in his hand. We're going to see that played. Yes, a 2nd Shadow of Stygian Prime on the 7th Fleet Defender. Permanently exhausting 2 of Nicholas's units, and now every turn he's going to take a total of 4 damage at the regroup phase that he just cannot stop. That's 3-4. Oh, he's 3-4 the Guerrilla Soldiers. He's going to target himself with the 3 indirect soldier. 3 indirect damage. He's going to put 2 damage on the 7th Fleet Defender, intentionally defeat it, and then put 1 damage on his own base so that the 7th Fleet, or so that the Guerrilla Soldiers get readied. Jango Fett deployed for Brandon. Going to get a Guerrilla Soldier attack in before Jango Fett can attack and then exhaust his own. Nicholas is Jango Fett, now deployed. Brandon claims initiative. Nicholas attacks for 3, gets 3 more damage into Brandon's base. It's 12-12. But Nicholas with that 5 hit point advantage thanks to his base, but he takes 2 from the single Stygian Prime, still around on Shin Hati. And the reason he does that 2 damage off the Gorilla Soldier to defeat the 7th Fleet Defender is because if he can find another Shin Hati, he can play that Shin Hati, and thanks to the unique rule, he can only keep 1. He can defeat the one that has the Shadow Stygian Prime on it and keep the other 4-2 with hidden. But also a really smart choice, making sure that if the Gorilla Soldier is going to defeat one of his own units, might as well make the non-unique one. Going into the 6th resource turn, Brandon with the initiative with Django deployed is pretty scary. A War Juggernaut could do work here. You see Nicholas really thinking about how punishing could this be. Still trying to make that resource decision. The IG-2000 in hand, we see Devastator in hand. We see Crafty Smuggler in hand. Nicholas with 16 base health remaining. Brandon with 13 base health remaining. Just an outright damage race. Right now, Brandon is ahead thanks to that Shadow of Stygian Prime. All right, here we go. 6 resources. Players ready up. Brandon with the first action. You see him with that War Juggernaut at the front of his hand. That's got to be tempting. And he's going to go for it. War Juggernaut's going to come down. It's going to deal 1 damage to everything and exhaust all of the units that don't have a shield on it for taking the damage. And War Juggernaut's even going to target all of his own friendly units just to make sure he gets that extra power. That War Juggernaut for Brandon is currently an 8-7. Nicholas still with all of his resources available. Staring down a lot of damage. Trying to math it out, saying how much damage am I going to be taking in unless I take out some of these guys? Do I have a way of defeating my own Shin Hati to save myself 2 more base health? He wants to use this IG-2000. We're still trying to figure out the optimal way to use it. And here it is. IG-2000 comes down. It's going to deal 1 damage to up to 3 units. Hits Django, hits War Juggernaut, hits the P-38 Starfighter. When P-38 Starfighter gets to deal 1 more damage, which is going to hit his Crafty Smuggler, Brandon's Django is going to exhaust that one. Now both sides of the field totally exhausted, but if Brandon claims initiative, that would give him first action to attack with that massive War Juggernaut. Still an 8-7. And says, that's all I got for this turn. Let's regroup. 2 damage from Stygian Prime. 16 total damage on Nicholas's 30 hit point base. War Juggernaut's going to hit real hard. However, Nicholas is representing 10 damage on his side of the field too. So if he's got any tricks in there, he could sneak the win out, but War Juggernaut comes in for 8 damage. 24 damage on Nicholas's base out of 30. A Hotshot Blaster would put him in lethal if he has to go to the regroup phase. Either has to stop Jango Fett or find a way to win this turn. And he's going to start off with a Hotshot Blaster of his own. Gets in for 5. 17 damage on Brandon's base. 8 hit points remaining. His Jango goes in. 3 more damage. 27 damage on Nicholas's base. 3 hit points remaining on his base for Nicholas. He needs to deal 8 more to Brandon. Is Brandon potentially setting up for a triple Dark Raid into a Devastator? Crafty Smuggler attacks. 2 more damage. Brandon has 6 left. IG 2000 attacks for 5. Guerrilla Soldiers attack for 2. There's the sneak attack. And it's the Devastator, getting 4 indirect damage, but he chooses where it goes, and he says that's going all straight to your base, buddy. Brandon is our first 4-0 player, and he just secured himself a position in the top 8 with Jango Fett Tarkintown. Wow. Now, I know it's easy to kind of see this coming. Jango Fett being one of the most popular decks here that people are expecting to play, but man, I gotta say, even if that's what we're expecting to see, and we're probably going to see a lot of it, look how intricate these games are. These aren't just playing on autopilot. You can't just slam your cards down. You can't just be attacking their base. You can't just be doing whatever. You've got to be making a lot of decision points with every single time you pick one of those resources, every single time you choose your attack with your units. And that's what really made the difference here. Whether they're that first game, the decision between going to base or hitting each other's units to maybe get some control on there mattered a lot. And man, those shadows of Stygian Prime coming from Brandon, hitting Nicholas's units, not protecting him a lot, dealing free damage every single regroup phase, that also did quite a bit. That was some really, really impressive stuff coming out of them. That was great. Again, I know we'll probably see more Jango Fett mirrors, and I assure you they've been happening quite a bit every single round. But those are really, really cool, really exciting matches to watch. So even if you don't like it, you got to admit that was awesome. Like, those were great games. I loved that Guerrilla Soldier play that Nicholas did too, trying to defeat his own Stygian primed 7th Fleet Defender to save himself some damage. And I even let him get an extra attack in over onto Brandon's base. Like, these are masterful players. They have put the time in with these decks. Jango Fett, popular, yes, but not brain dead. You have to be very, very skilled to play this deck, especially when going into the mirrors. And they both did excellent. What a match. And it looks like our backup game is also already completed. So we're going to take another brief break as the rest of our players here finish up the rest of their matches. And we'll be seeing you guys very, very shortly. All right, everybody, we are pretty much ready to go straight into round number 5. Last round actually managed to end on time, which is a very rare thing. So let's head over to our feature match table and see who we got. We have Kevin versus Carson. All right, everybody, welcome out to the next feature match. This is round number 5. We've got Kevin versus Carson, and what should be a very, very interesting matchup. We've got Jango Fett versus Gar Saxon. Jango Fett, the most represented deck here, and Gar Saxon, the deck created to defeat Jango Fett, but Jango Fett can take away a lot of those Gar Saxon shields. And as you can see, both these players are 3-1. And this is going to be 6 rounds with a cut to top 8. And once you get to your 4th win before the 6th round, you can intentionally draw into your top 8. So both of these players are looking for their win and in. Kevin's Jango Fett with Tarkin Town, Gar Saxon from Carson with Energy Conversion Lab. Now this should be just a heck of a matchup. Kevin already does not like his opening hand, so he's going to put those back. Carson keeping his. Let's see if this is going to end up being as intricate of a matchup as it was that Jango Fett versus Jango Fett. We know some Jango Fetts are going to show up into that top 8. But will any Gar Saxons get in there, and is this the deck that can truly take down Jango Fett? Kevin, another local player here, and I can also tell you that he has certainly practiced against this Gar Saxon matchup quite a bit. And Kevin's going to start off with the initiative, and here we go. Kevin leads off with a Kylo Tyler Silencer. Carson follows up with a Secretive Sage. Secret Sage is going to get that shield, which means Gar Saxon is giving him an additional +1 attack power. These might end up being very quick games because we might just be seeing a lot of base damage thrown back and forth. All right, so Kevin leads off with the P-38 Starfighter to get rid of the shield off of Carson's Secretive Sage, so Carson can only attack in for 2. Allowing Kevin to attack in for 3. We're going to see a Power of the Dark Side come down, meaning Kevin has to sacrifice one of his units. They're both 3/2s, But that P38 would get an extra point of damage off a Secretive Sage if defeated. Is that worth it to Kevin? He's going to say no. I'll let that die. And he's going to claim initiative and we go into the next regroup phase and we start drawing up some cards. Secret Sage no longer protected by a shield, which means Kevin could potentially exhaust that if he's got any units that deal damage when they enter. It's going to lead off with a triple Dark Raid. He says, you know what, I don't have one right now, but I bet you I can find one. He's going to look at the top 8 cards of his deck and find a vehicle from there to play for 5 less. That vehicle would then also come in readied. It's going to be the IG-2000s. That's going to come in, deal 1 damage to the Secretive Sage, allowing Jango Fett to then exhaust it. Kevin. Ooh, Carson going to activate that energy conversion lab. Going to see the shuttle come down. Oops. Defeats that P-38 Starfighter, but does allow Kevin to, put another point of damage out there onto that shuttle, which then would exhaust it, even though it already got ambushed in. So Energy Conversion Lab is used for Carson, which means Kevin no longer has to worry about a Darth Vader ambush. The IG-2000 wants to attack into base. We're going to go into the next one. Since that IG-2000 was triple dark weighted, it gets returned to Kevin's hand. So he currently has no units on board. We're going to go into the 5 resource turn. This is when Jango Fett can deploy. Our Saxon doesn't deploy until 6 resources. Although all Carson has is this Secretive Sage, which pips in for 2. Kevin considering his options here. It might just be a Jango Fett deploy. And says, yep, Jango Fett's going to come on out. But he's also going to plot out a Garindin. This allows him to name a card and then look at the opponent's hand. And if the opponent has that card, they discard it. So what will Kevin name here? There should be 2 more damage on Kevin's base. He did write it down. He'll update that marker in a second. He shows, I think he named Darth Vader. Yep, he hit Darth Vader out of Carson's hand. Carson showing the Lefty Lookout, Power of the Dark Side, and forgetting the name of that last upgrade, Craving Power. So he's going to play Craving Power onto Secret Sage. Very good Garindin, taking out that Vader right away, meaning Carson didn't have a whole lot to do. That plot out for Garindin also protected Jango Fett from a Power of the Dark Side. Secret of the Sage getting that Craving Power. It does get an additional point of power thanks to Gar Saxon, so he got to deal 5 damage to Jango Fett. Then Jango Fett gets in for another 3. Shin Hati comes on down afterwards. Suddenly a lot of units over on Kevin's side of the board. And Not a super fast game so far. Not a ton of base damage going back and forth, but that said, Carson is going to attack in for 5. That's 9 damage on both. Bases have been used for both. ECL down, Tarkentown down. Kevin's going to surprise strike, a very aggressive attack. Uses on Jango Fett, gives him +3/+0, and just goes into Carson's base. Garsaxon now deployed for Carson. This Garinden is basically a free exhaust for Jango Fett here because it's just a 1/3. He's not going to do much more. Oh, instead we're going to see Shinhati go to base. Carson's base is at 19. Carson's got decisions to make now. And just says, my decision is, I'm going to get you. He's going to attack into Kevin's base, deal 4 more damage. Now 13 on Kevin's base. Both players slugging back and forth right now. So if that damage is going straight to Kevin's base, Carson is saying, you know what, I've got ways of defeating you. I might be at 19, but I'm pretty sure I can get this damage in first and more. Kevin's going to play the IG-2000, ping out some damage. More importantly, get himself a space unit to potentially get some more base damage in with. Carson still has all of his resources available. And plays a Lam Pike. Alright, and then a very fast regroup resource, Shinhati with the surprise strike, dealing 7 more damage to Carson's base. Taking him down pretty quickly there. Yeah, there we go. Another little bit of a base race damage, or base damage race, and we can kind of see how the Gar-Saxon deck lines up against this Jango, because a lot of those shielded units prevents a lot of those damage, powers them up a little bit, and even if they lose their shields to get weakened, most Gar-Saxon players say to themselves, hey, if you're spending your actions to take away my shields, that's fine. I'm going to keep getting that damage to your base. And that's exactly what Carson went for here. What was really, really big is Kevin plotting out that Garinden, hitting the Vader out of Carson's hand. Just really, really weakening his options. Now we're going to see those sideboards come on in. That Garinden plot was also huge because Carson was holding onto that power of the dark side in his hand, wanting to hit that Jango Fett with it, and Garinden just completely ruined that plan too. Sideboarding happening now. Not super sure what Jango Fett brings in against this matchup. Potentially some upgrade hate since Garsaxon likes to play those craving powers and the like. Maybe some saboteurs to get through these shields. But we're also going to see Carson have the initiative this time around. And again, both these players are 3-1. If either one of them can get their 4th win in this round 5, that can guarantee them a top spot in top 8 and make that final cut. That top 8 gets them some player points, and they're one step closer to qualifying for Galactics this coming summer. Both fighting to keep that dream alive. Carson doesn't like his hand. He's going to mulligan that right away. Kevin's still thinking about it. Not an aggressive start for that last game for Carson that he would expect to see coming out of the Garsaxon. He played that Power of the Dark Side, but that's already after Kevin played another unit on top of it. Rather than getting, say, like a Latarazi down, or Leppy Lookout, or Axe Woves. So maybe this time he's saying, yeah, I'm on the play. I don't want to be reactive. I want to be proactive. Let me find some units that I can beat down with. And that could be the reason that he saw that mulligan. It looks like both players are actually going to ship him back. Very, very thorough shuffling. That's not even Kevin's deck, that's Carson's. Just thorough shuffling. As a reminder, you're always allowed to shuffle your opponent's deck, which I do recommend, especially in these competitive tier events. Oh, my mistake. That was Kevin's deck. There we go. Cut made for Carson. So both players have already mulligan, which means whatever they got here, this is what they got to play with. And both of them are looking for explosive starts. So long as they have some kind of turn 1 play, they're off the races. Ooh, Carson leading off with the new Han Solo unit. Coming in with that shield, and every time he attacks, he gets an experience. One of the fantastic new upgrades for Garsaxon. Kevin only opens up with a Kylo's TIE Silencer again. So we're going to see Han Solo attack. When Han Solo attacks, he gives himself an experience. And because of Garsaxon's ability, he's already hitting in for 3. So 3 damage swung back and forth for both players. Owen Lars comes down for Carson now, getting a little bit of restore represented. A Black Sun Patroller for Kevin is a 2/2 shielded space unit. And a Secretive Sage also for Carson. 3 units down. We're going to see a System Shock against Han Solo and at least get rid of that shield. And put 1 point of damage on him. Yep, he's going to claim initiative. Kevin's going to use Tarkin Town to finish off that Han Solo. Well, the restore is going to make the combat math for this game a lot more interesting, especially as Kevin focuses the base, focuses space, since Garsaxon doesn't play a whole lot of space units. So we're going to see Secretive Sage come in. Kevin's going to follow up with another Elite P-38 Starfighter just to exhaust that Owen Lars so it can't attack and can't restore any base health for Carson. Like, he really wants to make sure he's staying ahead in this base race. And if that's the case, exhausting that restore could just be it. Kylo 10 gets in for 3. Plus that Black Sun, another 2 damage. Now we got 8 total damage on Carson's base. We still have some resources available for the Gar-Saxon player, though, so we could still see another follow-up, but it doesn't look like it. We're going to regroup into the next phase as we get into 5 resources. Owen Lars basically negating the attacks from the Black Sun Patroller, and that's the first thing he's going to do. He's going to make sure he attacks in and restores 2. No damage dealt to Jango Fett's base, but more importantly, we got that heal off. This puts the action back onto Kevin. He certainly has units available to attack with. Jango Fett deploy not great when he's staring down that many shields. So it would take away some power. No, we're going to keep swinging back and forth. 3 damage, 3 damage. 9 to 9 on both bases. Kevin swings for another 3. Carson swings for another 3. Now we're at 12 damage on either or. Staying at parity. Black Sun Patroller just attacks. Action is on Carson now, and he knows the Jango Fett flip is coming, so thankfully all of his units has attacked. Going to go to Kevin. Kevin's going to play Shin Hati. Is that a pass from Carson? Darth Scion comes down. Unfortunately, no unit was defeated this phase, so he does not come in with any extra experience. But he is a 5-5-4-5, and if he does get that experience, he gets that extra point of power from Gar-Saxon. More importantly, he was just played. Energy Conversion Lab was not activated to have him ambush in. Shin Hati is hidden, so he can't ambush into it anyway. She's also shielded, so we wouldn't even be able to take her down. But this is a pretty big 5-5, now down on Carson's ground arena. Jango Fett deployed for Kevin. We're starting to see that total damage get pretty high. Do we have any more plots this time? Doesn't seem like it. Looks like Carson may have just claimed the initiative here. Yep, we're going to see another system shock. Getting rid of the selective Sage's shield, plus a point of damage to him. Then Jango hits that base for 3. Like 17 damage on Carson's base. Only 8 hit points remaining. Kevin with 13 hit points remaining. And we're going to the next phase. Oh, there's that overwhelming barrage in there for Carson, though. That could take care of a lot of units. But that Jango Fett on that deploy also can just really prevent him from being able to punish with that extra power. So now he's got to navigate this. We're at 6 resources. He knows about War Juggernaut. If that lands, that would exhaust 3 of his units right now. But if he also doesn't take care of some of those space units, he's facing lethal in space alone. An Owen Large attack would help a little bit. That's still enough damage for Kevin's side of the board to get through there. We're going to see a Haymaker as Darth Scion gets the Haymaker punch against Jango Fett. That gives him the experience. Gar Saxon gives him an additional point of power, punching for a total of 7, defeating him. Which means he still has a few resources available. So now is Kevin feeling threatened enough to stop this Darth Scion? Because that would hit his base for 7. This is where both players think about the possibilities, both think about the action economy. Very clearly, this game is going to end this turn. It's going to go to one of these players. But they have to navigate how they can make sure they're the one coming out ahead. There's a lot of math and a lot of possibilities going on. There's a surprise strike. It's a sneak attack. Sneak attack with IG-2000. IG-2000 is going to come in and deal 1 damage to 3 ground units. And with Jango Fett is defeated though, so you can only exhaust 1 of them. Secret Sage takes a point of damage, gets defeated. Shield off the other Secret Sage. Oh, sorry, Jango Fett was defeated this phase, which means he can't exhaust anything. Darth Scion can attack him for 7. Two resources up for Carson. Is there a way that he can sneak in enough damage before Heaven's forces just onslaught in? Because he's got big units. We 7 damage to Kevin's base. Now only 6 hit points remaining. Carson, 8 hit points remaining. Kevin with enough space units to potentially defeat him this phase. You could also see a Gar Saxon deploy. Between Secret Sage and Gar Saxon's deploy, Carson is threatening enough damage, but does he have the actions to do it? Shin Hati attacks in for 4, brings him up to 21. Secret Sage gets in for 2, both at 21. Gonna take at least 2 more actions. Kevin in for 3 more with the IG. Owen Lars then attacks in and restores 2. But then with the P-38 Elite Fighter attacking in, that's the last 3 points of damage, and Kevin actually takes it down. Wow, so this was one of those times where, again, the Gar Saxon deck was the deck that was basically designed to try to take down these Jango Fett decks. And even though it's designed to do that, you can still see it struggling. Like if Carson was able to get one of those droid laser turrets, like right there you see on the playmat, if he's able to get that, just try to protect his ground arena a little bit. Chances are Kevin is well aware of just how good droid laser turret could even be and just says, I don't even want to get slowed down by that. I'm going to this space arena. And that's exactly what he did. He pressed that advantage up in this space where Carson can't really interact with it. His deck is 95% on the ground. Even cards like Haymaker. Haymaker cannot punch across arenas. That can only stay in the same arena. Without a space unit, he didn't have a way to really interact with it. So with that, Kevin gets his 4th win and essentially locks himself in for top 8. So congratulations to Kevin for that. We still have a little bit of time left in the round. We might be able to get the backup feature match slid over. We'll have to see where they're at in their match. If we want to bear with us a moment, we might be able to get you just a little bit more Star Wars Unlimited action. Carson, of course, not out of it yet. He can still fight and scrape his way in for that 4th win, possibly get there on tiebreakers. Well played by both of them. You saw how tight the damage race got for both decks. Like, it got really, really close. Just a couple of combat tricks is really what it did for either one of them. Well, in the meantime, we'll see if we can't get those guys slid over. Slide over to here real quick while I keep talking with you guys, and I'll keep an eye out just to see if they are willing to get themselves moved over. Or it's possible that they may already be done with their match, which might be the case. Okay, yeah, looks like the backup feature match is also finished up, so that's going to do it for round 5. We are starting to see what our top 8 is shaping up to be. And I can tell you what some of them are. It is Jango Fett, yes. Absolutely, there are going to be some Jango Fetts in the top 8. At least, by my count, at least 4. But there should also be a Gar Saxon in the top 8. And then we got potential to see maybe a Quinlan Voss in top 8, maybe an Admiral Piet in top 8, maybe an Asajj Ventress in top 8, maybe a Han Solo in top 8. Like, there's still a lot of possibilities. Half of the top 8 is going to be Jango Fett, but we are currently still figuring out what that other half is going to be, and that's going to depend entirely on how these last few matches go. So, I'll leave that with you as we will let the last of these matches pass up. I'll come back with an update. We'll get ready for round 6 then. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more Star Wars Unlimited action happening right after this round. Welcome back, everybody, to the Star Wars Planetary Qualifier Eternal format here in Mock's Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington. We are ready to get straight into our next match. We've got Connor versus Kyle. Boba Fett Data Vault versus Quinlan Voss Tarkentown. Both of these players are coming into this at the 3-2 record, and so they are aiming to try to get their fourth win to try to get into there. We haven't seen the Boba Fett on stream today yet, so this ought to be interesting to watch. There were a few Boba Fetts here, and this is one of them. We'll have to see how this matchup goes. Either end quickly thanks to Quinlan Voss or go on forever thanks to that Data Vault. And this Boba Fett, likely going to be some very classic Boba Fett action. We got that green villainy. We can see some overwhelming barrages happening. You could see some potential ramp happening. We'll have to see what Connor wants to do here. Again, deck lists are not available, as those do not become public until the top 8, and that's exactly what these players are currently playing for, both at the 3-2 record, trying to get that fourth win to see if that's enough to get them to the top 8. And if that, even then, with that fourth win, it doesn't guarantee anything. They might just be trying to go for a placement, even potentially hoping their tiebreakers gets them into that top 8. Connor taking his cards now. There has been 4 Boba Fett players here. So not a whole lot compared to, the 15 Jangos, but the Fetts have definitely been represented. And we're off. Connor has the initiative, leads off with a crafty smuggler. Kyle says, well, I've got Sabine Wren. Sabine, a very good counter, since when she attacks, she can ping a damage off that crafty smuggler first. But he's actually going to activate Quinlan Voss to get the damage off the crafty smuggler. Both players ready up. Initiative still on the Boba Fett player side. Gets his third resource down. And it looks like he's just going to try to get that damage off while he can. Deals 2 damage to Kyle's base. And then Sabine Wren finishes off that crafty smuggler. Follow-up is going to be a Black Sun Patroller. He's actually playing off curve here, and this is something you're going to see a lot when going up against a Quinlan Voss, because if they play a unit that's the same cost as yours, they get to activate Quinlan and deal pointed damage. So he's going to try to play off curve by playing a 2-drop instead of a 3, but then Kyle then plays the Guerrilla Soldier, allowing him to deal 3 indirect damage. That indirect damage is going to go all to Connor's base, allowing it to ready and then attack into the Data Vault for a couple more points of damage. He uses McClunky to return that Black Sun Patroller back to his hand. Take out those Guerrilla Soldiers. Getting some dice out of his bag real quick. There we go. That'll be easy to keep track on a data vault. Black Sun Patroller comes right back down. And then Akira is going to take a look at Connor's hand here. There's a Shin Hati, another Crafty Smuggler, and Boba Fett's armor. Boba Fett's armor is pretty scary. It shows that Shin Hati. Looks like he may name the Shin Hati because Connor did to play the Black Sun earlier, so he's got the Crafty Smuggler down. Now we're going to get to the 5 resource turn. This is when both Quinlan Voss and Boba Fett can deploy. Sabine Wren's going to attack, deal a point of damage, get rid of that shield, and then defeat each other. Black Sun attacks into the space, gets 2 damage in. Quinlan Voss is now deployed. Just enough units that the Plo Koon ambush is still very threatening to a Boba Fett deploy. K2S is also looking pretty threatening, so Connor's going to go with Shin Hati. It's a 4-2. It's hidden and shielded to help protect it from any potential attacks here, which is why Kira gets into the base for 3, brings him up to 10 total damage. Let's take a look at his hand. You can see there's a Boba Fett's armor and a Darth Maul. Sorry, just Maul, no longer Darth. He's got to think, is like, if he deploys this, is there going to be enough coming from Quinlan to attack in? Oh, in fact, he's actually going to plot out Gorindin. See if he can't hit one of those things that could possibly defeat the Boba Fett with this plot. Doesn't look like it. He's going to play Ahsoka Tano. There's that hand hit coming in. Ahsoka going to force him to discard. Just a lot going back and forth. Boba Fett's now defeated thanks to that force throw. Quinlan Voss now goes into Shin Hati, takes out Shin Hati. Initiative still with Boba Fett. But even though there's so much attacks going back and forth, 10 damage on both bases, but Connor with 23 base health left, Kyle with 15 base health left. He's representing way more damage though. Sabine Wren comes down and can ambush into Gorindin, and when played can defeat a upgrade. So she'll get rid of. Sabine's gonna ambush into Gorindin, defeat Gorindin. Plus, Quinlan Voss activation puts a point of damage onto that Black Sun Patroller. So many triggers. Another Black Sun Patroller comes down for Connor. Hotshot Blaster smuggled out. Lets Ahsoka attacking for 5. I'm going to be real with you, I have no idea what the card that is. I want to say it's an Aura Singh Prestige. Pretty sure it's Aura Singh. Connor's now got a total of 21 damage on his base, 10 over on Kyle's. The hand hate really doing it. And Connor just says, you know what? I didn't draw anything helpful and you got way too much damage. So we're going to scoop up game number 1 here. Game number 1 goes to Kyle. Like I said earlier, this is either going to be a very fast game thanks to how aggressive Quinlan Voss can be, or this is going to be a really long game thanks to how much health is on that data vault. That was a fast one. I need to go back and double check that Shinhari attack. I want to say Shinhari might have been played the turn before. Both players are playing very fast. Might be mistaken though. This is where the sideboard comes in. So you're the Boba Fett player, and you're facing down a Quinlan Voss. You know how fast this deck can be. So you're thinking, I need to make adjustments to my deck. So chances are we're probably going to see a lot of the really big, slower stuff come out. The really expensive things, and try to find stuff that's a little cheaper, a little faster, maybe a little more interactive, just to try to maintain the board. Because again, for Quinlan Voss, if the game goes long, if we start seeing 7 resources, 8 resources, the harder and harder it is for Quinlan to close out these games. So Boba Fett's looking to, how can I make it that this goes longer? Or how can I make sure I'm getting my ramp? He did have the mulligan that first game. And we saw we didn't find any of the ramp. We didn't see any super laser techs, which he showed in his hand at the end of the last game. So we know he's got the ramp plan in place. He just didn't see any. And that's one of the dangers of playing Data Vault, right? Even though you get those 33 hit points, those 10 extra cards into your deck does make a difference. And it's easy to think, that's fine, I get extra cards. That's exciting. But it's like, yeah, but that's 10 more cards you need to draw through just to hit that one that you really, really need. So it does turn off the math a little bit. And for most people, that's fine. They don't think it's that much of a detriment. 3 more base health is way better than slightly less percentage points in drawing those cards. And unless I'm mistaken, I think Connor is choosing to give Quinlan Voss the initiative just so that he doesn't have to play into Quinlan Voss's ping ability. Kyle does not like his hand. This is not good enough. I need to put these back. I am Quinlan Voss. I am looking to make these get way more aggressive than what was in that hand. And you saw exactly the kind of cards he's looking for. We saw that Sabine Wren opener. Such a clean answer to a crafty smuggler coming from Boba Fett. And it looks like Connor says, you know what, these aren't good enough either. So we got more mulligans happening from both players. Classic matchups. Again, is Boba Fett looking for that early game ramp to help make sure he can get his deploy faster so that he doesn't have to worry about Quinlan Voss taking him out? Or is he trying to get those earlier interaction, maybe some cheaper units just to help control the board? Quinlan, though, definitely looking to be aggressive. This is round 6. Both these players are playing for their shot at potentially making top 8. They also have bonus prizing at this event, where if you are the top performing player of your leader of choice, you get a couple of free extra prize packs. Which is really, really cool. I've not seen any other store do that for their Planetary Qualifier. And there we go. Kyle leading off with that Sabine Wren. Connor plays Bazine, allowing him to look at Kyle's hand and take a card out of it. He's going to get rid of the Kira. Kyle replaces it by drawing another card. So not as aggressive of a start for Connor, but did take away a pretty key card for Kyle. Going to use that Sabine into Bazine. Seems pretty mean. Connor going to resupply, goes up to 4 resources. Kyle plays Karis Nemec. They're already starting to see the ramp come into play for Connor. So he's going to go to 5 resources, which means he can deploy Boba Fett already. And that's exactly what he's going to do. And he's already got the plot out. He's going to say Garinden, and he's already looked at his hand, so he has an idea of what he's going to name. He's going to name Force Throw. Kyle loses Force Throw. And you see him with that Ahsoka in his hand. So that Force Throw would have been the follow-up, and Connor was just ripped it right out of there. And now Kyle is staring down this massive 4-7 leader. And if it defeats any one of his leaders, he can get 2 more resources back and continue to make big plays. So he's got to really think about how he wants to spend these resources this turn. Sure, it could be an Ahsoka, maybe making a discard, but looks like it's going to be a surprise strike. Karis Nemec going to surprise strike into Boba Fett, deal him 5 damage, disclose the Sabine Wren, so he's going to get a readied spy. Five damage on Boba Fett already. 3 resources spent. Oh! Is that the interrogations card, or was that a whoopsie? Now we're just going to have Boba Fett defeat that spy, so that does allow him to get 2 more resources back. And then Sabine Wren's going to defeat Boba Fett. So while Boba Fett did not get to do any damage to the opponent's base, what it did do is completely clear Quinlan Voss's field. Sabine Wren did get to ping a point of damage on her attack, so he at least got 1 into Connor. And he's going to play another Sabine Wren, get him with Quinlan, and then use Tarkentown to finish off Gorindon. So now we're going into the Quinlan Voss deploy turn with 5 resources, 0 damage in his base. Boba Fett going to have 6 resources, 1 damage on his base. And he's leading off with that Fett Fire Spray. Oh, classic. Classic, classic, classic. And this is one of those cards where it comes in ready because he's got a Boba Fett unit, so he's going to attack in for 5. But we're going to see Kyle start making some of his own attacks. 7 damage on Connor's base, 5 on Kyle's. That's Fire Spray attacks for another 5. And there comes down another Kira. Ooh, massive. So Kyle gets to take a look at Connor's hand and then can name any card. It does not have to be the card that's in Connor's hand. It can be any card. And it's going to make that card cost 3 more. There's an overwhelming barrage there, which is pretty tempting, but there is also a craving power, a 7th feet defender, and a really shiny card in that light. Gotta think about, let's see who wants the name. It was Maul. Maul was named, so now Maul costs 3 more. Kind of forces Connor's play here. That still is an overwhelming barrage. That could take out 2 of Kyle's units. Instead, we're going to see Craving Power onto Fett's Fire Spray, defeating Quinlan Voss. So now Fett's Fire Spray is a 7/9? And that allows him to follow up with a 7th Fleet Defender. So now that is 10 total attack power up in space for Connor. Kyle claimed initiative afterwards. Says, I think I need initiative more than a Sabine Wren attack right now. Connor still has 23 hit points left. Kira tacked in for 3. Kira's still alive, which means Maul still is too expensive for Connor to play right now. But there is also an overwhelming barrage now on Fett's Fire Spray, giving it a grand total of 9 power for this phase, and then deals all of its damage to those ground units. Just like that, all Kyle has left is Akira. And Fett's Fire Spray can attack in for 9? Guerrilla Soldiers. Gonna force Connor to do some indirect damage. Gonna put one on the 7th Fleet Defender, and the rest on Fet's Fire Spray. Just says, I don't want any of that onto my base. I'm gonna hit your base for 9 now. Just a huge swing. Millennium Falcon comes down. 7th Fleet Defender gets in. And all Kyle can do is claim initiative. And just says that Fet Fire Spray is just too big for me. And then, and like that, we're going into a game 3. Very different game there. And that's the difference of a Boba Fett deck. Getting that ramp on curve or not. Being able to get that resupply just so that Boba Fett can deploy on that regular 4 resource turn. Forcing Kyle to spend so many units, so many cards, just to get rid of that Boba Fett, because he knows that Boba Fett sticks around. It's just going to get worse and worse for him. He had to deal with it. He lost too many units. Boba Fett just saved a lot of damage on Connor's base. And because Kyle wasn't able to keep that aggression up, he fell a little bit behind there. But, as we saw in Game 1, it's completely possible for Boba Fett to just not get any of that ramp. If he doesn't get that resupply, if he doesn't get that super laser technician, it suddenly gets a lot weaker. So going into this game, that's kind of what the Quinlan Voss player is hoping for. It says, Boba, please do not get that ramp. Let's try to play a fair game of Star Wars Unlimited. And you know, I say fair when playing against a Boba Fett leader that was once banned for good reason. We've also been seeing a lot of mulligans coming from both players. I wonder if we'll end up seeing something like that this time. Again, if you're at Connor's seat, maybe you intentionally, aggressively mulligan to find that resupply or super laser tech. Ideally, resupply. So Kyle lost that last game, so he does get to choose who begins with the initiative. And that marker hasn't moved yet, so I can only assume Kyle's saying, Connor, you start with the initiative. I want you to play your 2-drop first so that I can play my 2-drop and use Quinlan Voss's ability to put that point of damage on your 2. I want to make sure I'm using my Tarkin Town. All right, let's see some opening hands. Do they like what they see? Oh, there's a Cham Syndulla in Kyle's hand. He sees that ramp and just says, oh yeah? I see your ramp. I'm going to try to keep right up with you. Looks like Connor mulliganed, though. Not sure if that resupply off to Connor's left is supposed to be in there, or if was sideboarded out. Okay, there we go. It's not supposed to be in the deck. We're good for it. Okay. There's that Mullen hand again. But with that initiative, Connor has to start. So he knows, he's already thinking, whatever I put down is probably going to get hit by that Tarkin Town. So he's going to go Garindin. Names Karis Nemec and hits the Karis Nemec. He does have the follow-up play with the Outer Rim Constable, allowing you to use Quinlan Voss and then activate Tarkin Town to kill Garindin. But man, that is a really good hit for Garindin. Very good call by Connor, taking that much better unit out right away. Connor hits that resupply, goes up to 4 resources. Kyle starts that damage in. And all Kyle can follow up is with an L3. Just a 2-2 shielded. And now we're in familiar territories. Connor's at 5 resources. Kyle's at 4. However, we did see what was in Kyle's hand. We could see some leader deploys happening this turn. Boba Fett deployed immediately. Is there a plot? Doesn't look like it. Outer Rim Constable goes in for 3 damage versus Boba Fett. Is there going to be an armor for him? Is he going to try to protect him up? Now we're going to see Boba Fett actually attack and deal some damage. L3 deals another 2, loses her shield. And there's a Craving Power onto Boba Fett, giving him +2/+2, and defeating the L3. Chamson Dula now comes down. And look at this. This is one of those sideboard techs. Because Connor had more resources, this allowed Kyle to take the top card of his deck and put it into play as resources, which means he's also at 5, which means he gets to deploy his Quinlan Voss. And immediately attacks and goes straight to the base, leaving that Boba Fett alive. But you know, that's fair. Boba Fett only has, what, 4 hit points remaining? And that's lethal to Chamson Dula. Quinlan Voss doesn't quite kill it. We are giving initiative to the Boba Fett player, though. Craving Power giving Boba Fett 6 attack. We're going to see 6 damage go to his base. And that K2SO comes down. K2SO, a new upgrade card for the Quinlan Voss deck. When he comes in, he gets to ambush, but when he attacks, he also gets to deal 3 damage to an already damaged unit, allowing him to go straight into Boba Fett. Plus, with the Quinlan Voss activated ability, gets a 4th point of damage, doing just enough to take out that Boba Fett leader, even with Craving Power, taking no damage back. Chamson Dula deals 5 damage into the Data Vault. Kyle claims initiative. Crafty Smuggler and 7th Fleet Defender over on the field for Boba Fett. $22 base health remaining for Boba Fett. 15 remaining for Quinlan Voss. A Spark of Rebellion allows him to look at his hand, and he's going to name Maul. I'm just doing a really good job of making sure that this Maul never hits the field. That new K2SO unit, one of the best new cards for the Quinlan Voss deck. We're going to see a Craving Power on 7th Fleet Defender, deal 5 damage, take out the Chamson Dula. Or is Connor reconsidering his options and says, nope, we're going to do Chamson Dula. Activates Boba Fett's ability, gets a resource back. Quinlan Voss gets in for 3. So then 7th Fleet Defender gets in for 5. And there's a familiar Guerrilla Soldier dealing that indirect damage. And now Connor's got to think about where does he want that damage to go. But first, he's going to use Quinlan Voss's ability to get rid of the Crafty Smuggler's shield. Connor puts all 3 on the 7th Fleet Defender, who does still have the shield. Deals 2 more into that Tarkin Town. That base health difference really showing right now. The damage totals are basically even. but Connor just has an 8 hit point advantage. So K2SO has to go into the Crafty Smuggler, and he follows up with a Shin Hati, who's not only hidden for that turn, but also shielded. Kyle's facing down lethal. Shin Hati gets in for 4. 7th Fleet Defender gets in for 5. He's got to find a way of somehow stopping these. Is there a waylay? Is there a smuggle option? Can he deal 19 damage before he takes 8? It's not looking likely. He's going to have some kind of interaction here. Let's see what he's got. He does have the initiative. It's going to be another Gorilla Soldier. Activating Quinlan Voss, gets rid of the shield, and it says deal 2 damage. Or sorry, 3 indirect damage. Connor puts it on his base. 7th Fleet Defender gets in for 3, or 5, sorry. And then he's got to stop this Shin Hati. He needs to have a waylay. Waylay is basically this deck's answer to try to stop some of this damage. What else could he possibly have? He wants to be able to slow that down, but he also knows he needs to get base damage in, so he can't be too defensive. Because right now, with all of his units, he can attack in for 10. There's a force throw, causing Connor to discard, or a Sing, which only deals the damage to the 7th Fleet Defender, allowing Shin Hati to attack in and get the last points of damage. The Boba Fett player picking up his 4th win. Ooh, boy. Wow. Quinlan Voss player Kyle Nance did a great job sideboarding in some cards in and trying to match Boba Fett. Bringing in that Chamson Dula was clutch. Trying to keep up in those resources was huge. Getting to throw down that K2SO with the Quinlan Voss ping to be able to take down that Boba Fett so cleanly, not take any damage back, was huge. But then we just saw the craving power on a space unit, an overwhelming barrage on this space unit, just getting bigger and bigger. And without something like a waylay to slow some of that down or punish Boba Fett for using something like upgrades, he wasn't to get through there. And we know he had upgrade hate. We saw him with that Outer Rim Constable in his opening hand. He was holding on to that just in case we saw a Craving Power, just in case we saw a Boba Fett's armor. But Connor opening up with that Garindin, taking away Kyle's only other turn 1 play, forcing him to play that Outer Rim Constable. And Kyle, again, being the smart Boba Fett player, kept 2 turn 1 plays in his hand because he knows if for some reason Connor were to open up with that Bazine Natal again, he could lose his only turn 1 play. So that was still incredibly well played by Kyle. Very well played by Connor. Very tight matches. Congrats to both of these guys. We're going to have to see if that is enough to get Connor into the top 8, though. This is where it's going to get funky, though. We're at the end of round 6. At the end of round 6, people who are 4 and better make top 8. But it's going to come down to tiebreakers. Will Connor's tiebreakers be enough, along with all the players who did an intentional draw? Is that enough to get him to the top 8? And to be honest, I don't know. I really have no idea. We're going to have to wait to see what's going to look like at the end of round 6 as we get ready for the top 8. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we're going to have that happening pretty soon here as we get plenty more of fantastic Star Wars Unlimited action coming up real soon. And as soon as we got our top 8, we will let you know. These last few rounds have actually been ending either on time or a little earlier. So this may not take the full 20 minutes to finish up, so be sure to stick around. And again, while you're here, we do want to thank some people. First off, we do want to thank Mox Boarding House here in Bellevue, Washington for hosting this event. Eat, play, drink. Bring your friends, hang out in a restaurant area, borrow some of the board games free to check out. Plenty of games for you to play and buy. And of course, if you're a Star Wars Unlimited player, and I assume you are if you're watching this stream, come on by on Monday and Tuesday evenings, where we've got Star Wars Unlimited play. And of course, if you're watching this, you're watching it here on Channel SWU, limited focused channel for SWU. So if you like Draft and Sealed, be sure to subscribe to our channel and check out some of those videos. It would mean a lot for everyone here who could subscribe. We are trying to hit that 500 subscriber mark, and that would mean a lot. Otherwise, we do absolutely appreciate every single person who is here and watching. And we're going to have our top 8 really, really soon, so don't go nowhere. Alrighty, everybody, I hope you are ready because we've got our top 8 ready to go for this Eternal Planetary Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited here in Seattle, Washington. Let's take a look at our top 8. Couple of familiar names here. A couple of them have already played on stream. And here's what I can tell you. All of them are Jango Fett, except for 2. We've got Ben Olargard on Gar Saxon, and we've got Zachariah Robinson on Admiral Piet. Everyone else is Jango Fett. Jango Fett Tarkin Town, with the exception of Nicholas, of course, who we saw earlier. He's on the 30 hit point Jango Fett base. I think they actually might be getting ready to start pretty soon. Yeah, they're going to get the deck sheets and deck lists out to them. That is the 27 hit point splash base for Admiral Piet. Now, since this is the top 8, this does mean they are allowed to see each other's deck lists. Apologies, we're just talking to a judge about trying to get some of these deck lists so we actually kind of see what they're going to be playing with. It's been a long day of Star Wars Unlimited for every single person here. They've already had to go through 6 grueling rounds. Granted, some of them were able to hit their 4th win pretty quickly and were able to intentionally draw into the top 8, which means they got, a little bit of a break. Still a long day. And now we're going to have potentially up to 4 more rounds of Star Wars Unlimited to play. All depending how this match goes. This is going to be best of 3, single elimination. Yep. And since this is the top 8, that does mean their deck lists do become public, which means they are allowed to spend 3 minutes going over each other's deck lists, trying to figure out what it is that they can expect and what it is that they need to play around. Maybe not a whole lot of surprises for Zach Robinson here. I'm sure he's had to face down plenty of Jango Tarkin Town decks, but he's bringing some spice with that Admiral Piet splash base. Brandon looking this over, trying to figure out what he's going to have to be worried about. Could potentially see some ramp. We're going to get a lot of time. And again, if you get 3 minutes to go over your opponent's deck list, you take that time. Just really study it up. All the other players on the other tables are going to be doing the exact same thing. And while there are 6 Jango Fetts in the top 8, there can only be one. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, we can show what the top 8 looks like. Again, there's an Admiral Piet, there's a Gar Saxon, and the other 6 are all Jango Fett. 5 of them on Tarkin Town, Nicholas being the only one on the 30 hit point Tarkin Town base. Otherwise, everyone else, Jango Fett, Tarkentown. Now let's see what kind of spice could potentially show up here. To get an opportunity to talk to some of these players in between the rounds. Brandon in particular is basically convinced to do this tournament and thankfully got to do a lot of practice. We are working on trying to get their deck lists so we can try to get them shown to you. Here we go, rolling for the initiative. And Brandon's got it, so Brandon's going to start. All right, everybody, it's time for the top 8 quarterfinals. Starting off with, they're drawing their opening hands. Do we like what we see? There's a super laser tech there for that Admiral Piet, just like we expected. Gonna see some ramp coming from him. And Jango play around that. You want to avoid ground units so that a super laser tech doesn't have anything to crash into. Also a Gonk power droid there. There we go. Gonk power droid comes down. Crafty smuggler for Brandon. P-38 Starfighter then comes down for Brandon, which allows him to exhaust the Gonk power droid. So Gonk power droid can't attack, so it means Zach is unable to get the reduced cost of a unit this phase. He activates Piet for basically nothing. 2 damage into his base from Crafty Smuggler. What? Oh, he activates the base. He uses the splash ability to play the Max Rebo band. Wow, okay. So now he's going to start creating credit tokens, essentially giving him ramp every single turn. Tarkentown is used to defeat that Gonk power droid. Brandon says, I don't want you to have any more ramp than you're already getting. Going into the 4 resource turn, but of course Zach has that credit available. He could play something for 5. I'm going to see Max Rebo get in for some damage. A whole 1. It's not nothing. Brandon, considering his options here, thought about attacking for a second, then changed his mind. It could be rethinking what he's looking to do with his 2 units on board. He's going to go 2 damage to base. Action back to Zach. 4 resources plus a credit available. We know what Admiral Piet likes to do. Admiral Piet likes to play really, really big endgame units. A lot of Star Destroyers. So is it tempting for Zach to want to use this credit early, or does he want to hold on to it for those eventual Star Destroyers? And I think he passed. He passed letting Brendan attack in for 3. 7 damage on Zach's base now. We're going to see Admiral Piet activated. All 4 resources. A blockade runner comes on down. He's going to use IG-2000 to put a pointed damage on Blockade Runner and Max Rebo Band. Tarkin Town has already been used, so there's no way for him to use that against the Blockade Runner. And then we're going to the next turn. We're going up to 5 resources. Max Rebo gives Zachariah another credit. Zach's also got the initiative. Now, 1 point of damage onto the Blockade Runner is actually pretty key because now it can't freely attack into the P-38 or the IG-2000. However, when he attacks, he does get an experience token, and he's actually going to put 5 damage onto Brandon's base. Zach already saying, I'm the aggressor now. Brandon's considering his options. This is the turn that Jango Fett can deploy. What would Jango Fett really stop at this junction? Max Rebo Band? He's going to pay 2. He's going to surprise strike. IG-2000 deals 6 into Zach's base. Just really trying to race him. Admiral Piet, now deployed. Now all Zach's ships cost 2 less, and he's got those credits. We could see something massive come down on Zach's side of the field this turn. There's a second P-38 Starfighter. He's going to do a damage to Admiral Piet to get him exhausted, using Jango Fett's activated ability. And there's triple Dark Raid for Admiral Piet. He's paying the extra with it. He's using his 2 credits just to pay for that triple Dark Raid. Does this mean he did not have a worthwhile capital ship in his hand? We're going to go fishing, looking at the top 7 cards of his deck. It's going to cost 5 less to play. What can he find? It's going to come in readied. And it looks like he found Devastator. Devastator comes in, deals 4 indirect damage. Zach chooses where it goes, puts that indirect damage onto Brandon's base. Use those credits to pay for triple Dark Raid. Jango Fett, now deployed. Devastator swings in 9 extra damage. Crafty Smuggler in for 2. This is already going to be a tight race. If Brandon chooses to attack into Zach's base with all of his units, they're basically going to be at parity. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Both of them. Oh, no. I'm sorry, is that a P-38 attacking? Yeah, it's a P-38 attacking into the Blockade Runner. Just says, you know what? Let's get that out of here instead. 7 base health remaining for Brandon, 9 remaining for Zach. That Devastator was returned back into Zach's hand. Next turn, we got an initiative with Zach. He got an extra credit thanks to the Max Rebo Band. Admiral Piet's going to attack, get a couple points of damage onto Brandon's base. He now only has 5 remaining. Which if Max Rebo Band attacks in and he replays Devastator, he could be looking at lethal. So yeah, the Crafty Smuggler is actually going to attack the Max Rebo Band, dealing damage, losing the shield, and using Jango Fett's ability just to exhaust the Max Rebo Band. He needed to prevent 1 damage. Devastator still in hand. Is that still his best play? There is a total of 9 more damage on Brandon's side of the board. Yep, Devastator coming back down. He's get 4 indirect damage that Zach gets to choose where it goes. So he could just use this to defeat the IG-2000. Looks like he's saying 2 damage to the Elite P-38, plus a couple more points of damage onto your base. The Elite P-38 gets defeated. It can also deal 1 damage on defeat. Which, yep, he's going to put that point right into the Max Rebo Band. There's 9 hit points remaining for Zach. Brandon can currently attack in for 6. Jango Fett attacks in. 3 more damage. 3 hit points remaining for Zach. A sneak attack coming in from Brandon. It's a sneak attack Shin Hati. Shin Hati attacks in for 4, squeaking in that first game to Brandon. That got very, very close at the end there. Both of them just kind of vying for not really so much position, but just trying to get that damage in. And you saw at the point where Brandon had to use the Crafty Smuggler just to stop 1 more damage coming in from the Max Rebo Band. That a single point really mattered. So if you rewind to the earlier in the game, that also means when Brandon played a unit to exhaust that Gonk Power Droid, and exhausted that, that saved 1 point of damage onto Brandon's base then too. That's how imperative every base health is in these matchups. And we get to see what Admiral Piet's trying to do. So we got some Max Rebo Band shenanigans, try to get those credits to power out some of these capital ships out sooner. We're also seeing some triple dark raid, allowing him to force him out that way too. Now we're going to go into those sideboard turns. And again, both players got to see each other's deck lists before we began. So they also have an idea of what their sideboards could be. We'll see if the initiative will run Zach's side helps him out this turn, especially if he's got, the G&K Power Droid. just to make sure he gets a little bit of a pseudo ramp. Very tight plays. I can't imagine this is a matchup that Brandon necessarily practiced a ton of. It did look like he handled it pretty well here. All right, decks are shuffled. Hands are being drawn. Let's start game 2. Let's see if both players like their opening hands enough. Be curious to see if activating that splash base for Zach that early is typically he wants to do. I'm sure max rebuild band just to start getting those credits on turn 3 is pretty important, but I wonder if he's got any big, expensive, cunning capital ships that he wants to use that splash base for as well, or is it just the ramp to help get him set up? Well, he does say that my opening hand is not it. He's going to put it back, shuffle up, and try to draw a new 6. Brandon's got a hand that he's happy with. He's going to have to take this hand and is stuck with it. Hopefully it's a little more cooperative for him than it was before. Again, make those careful resource decisions. Thinking out ahead each turn on how each turn could possibly play out. Looks like decisions have been made. All right, here we go. Opening up, Zachariah goes with the BT1 unit. Okay, so something a little more aggressive this time. Going to attack for 3, deal some damage. Could potentially take care of this crafty smuggler as well. Zach claims initiative. Would he kill his crafty smuggler, or would he just go for the base here? There's that G&K power droid in his hand again. There's also an interrogation droid, which looks like it's going to get resourced. All right, so BT1 is going to, looks like it's going to attack the base, discard. Does not get a red unit. Oh, it does go into the crafty smuggler. Okay. Sadly, did not hit that red card, so he couldn't pop the shield and then finish off the crafty smuggler right away. Smuggler getting in for that damage. Here comes that power droid. This does force force Brandon to play something first. Use a P-38. Ooh, yeah, so there we go. We're going to see the P-38 take the point of damage because Brandon says, no, I want Tarkin Town that. That's way more important for me to defeat than your BT-1. So Tarkin Town is already used up. G&K Power Droid is defeated. We do still have that BT-1, which can trade out with that crafty smuggler, but Zach's already behind on the damage race. Attack is going to discard is a red card, which means you can go 2 damage to base, point damage onto the crafty smuggler. Crafty smuggler also gets in for another 2. An Admiral Piet activation for the MC-30 frigate. This actually might help him out because this is a pretty powerful unit coming down the 4 resource turn. Not only can you use this to just take out that P-38 Starfighter, you also start pushing a lot of base damage. Another IG-2000 comes down. Some damage spread out. Not a lot of ramp for Admiral P at this time. No max rebo band, no resupply, no super laser tech. Arkentown is already used up, so that BT-1 still has attacks that he can do. Zach's got that initiative. We're going to see the assault frigate attack into the IG-2000. It gets raid 1, which means attacks in for 6, and it has overwhelm, so 2 more damage is still going into Brandon's base, and that assault frigate actually gets to stick around. Brandon's going to play another P-38. When it comes in, it's going to deal that point of damage, use it to defeat the BT unit. The base activation is still available for Zach, which we've seen it used for triple dark raid, we've seen it for max rebo. There could be other things in there, but now we're going to see Admiral Piet go down and throw... Oh lord, what is that? Is that the Vutan Pala? That can't be. That costs way too much. Not sure which one that is. I know the card, but I can't remember the name of it. Allows him to look at the top cards of his deck, try to find a, I believe it's Imperial unit. Invisible Hand. Thank you very much, chat room. Some damages back and forth. Django is now deployed. $15 total damage on Zach's base. Only 6 over on Brandon's. It looks like he tried to find a droid unit. I think he might have missed. This is scary, though. Jango Fett's still deployed. Now, Zach is representing a lot of damage. That assault frigate can get into the base for 6. The invisible hand can also get in for 6. Between Piet and the Gonk droid, another 3 could bring Brandon up to 21. That puts him in Devastator range. Yeah, so we're going to see invisible hand get in. Because when it is played, it does get to look for another droid unit. Does he find one this time? Ooh, finds HK-47. Action's over to Brandon. lot of forces out. Now imagine if he had a War Juggernaut, he'd probably windmill slam right that onto the table, exhaust everything that Zach has, and pretty much lock up the game. That's not what he's doing. So I'm assuming no War Juggernaut available at the moment. $15 damage on Zach's base means he's essentially dead in 3 attacks. 3 attacks of 3, dealing 9. That would be exact. No, it's not. Sorry, I can't count. 12. Looking at the wrong bases. That's an Aura Sing at the bottom of the table for Brandon there. Got the damage on board. I guess he's trying to figure out, can I just push that damage, or am I this worried about another big capital ship coming out from Zach if that Gonk Power Droid gets to attack in? Or do I need to stop that assault frigate from getting some damage in? Crafty Smuggler gets in for 2. All resources are available for Zach. And with Admiral Piet out, all his capital ships cost 2 less. You see the capital, or the assault frigate, smash into a P-38. So this is going to overwhelm for 4 damage. Defeat the P-38. When the P-38 gets defeated, it does get to put a point of damage somewhere, which allows Jango Fett to then exhaust that thing. Going to put the point of damage on Admiral Piet and get it exhausted. The Aura Sing attack in. 20 base damage for Zach, 7 health remaining. Brandon with 8 health remaining. We got resources available. Zach considering his options. There's that Devastator. Normally costs 8, but with Admiral Piet deployed, only costs 6. So this is going to come out. It's going to deal 4 indirect damage. However, Zach gets to choose where that indirect damage goes instead. Just got to figure out, is it worth trying to take out some of these units, save myself some base damage, or do I want to push it all onto Brandon's base? Right now, Brandon can attack for 6 more damage still. And that is certainly a consideration in Zach's mind. I think we're going to see the P-38 Starfighter take some, plus the Crafty Smuggler is also going to take some. So basically letting him defeat 2 units. And because 2 units are defeated, HK-47 is also going to deal some more damage. Oh no, it does not go to the Crafty Smuggler. I'm sorry, it's actually going to go all three to, going to do three to, sorry, 2 to the base, to the P38, plus the damage from HK47. That's 20 damage on base for Brandon. So Django can deal 3 more, but Brandon's got to find 4 more damage this turn. Oh, I'm sorry. Crafty Smuggler is defeated. I was correct. So there we go. Just making sure I had this all right. Can Brandon find 4 more damage? A sneak attack, a triple dark raid. Surprise strike is not enough. And for some reason he's not able to do it. He might have to be forced into claiming the initiative. And that's exactly what he does. He doesn't have it. We have to go into the next phase. They're going to draw 2 more cards, pick another resource. And Brandon's staring down a Devastator and the Invisible Hand, both lethal threats up in the space arena. It's not a bit yet. He could find something like a War Juggernaut and exhaust Zach's entire board. He's going to go triple Dark Raid. He's going to go hunting for it. If he can find it. Top 7 cards. Here we go. Just anything to slow this damage down. Can he find it? Oh, this is the very last card in that 7. I'm sure he was feeling that sweat. 1 damage to every single unit. Jango Fett then exhausts all of them. Not over yet. Zach still has resources available. Oh, Planetary Bombardment comes down. 12 indirect damage, but Zach gets to choose where that damage goes, and he's going to pump all of that right onto the base. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that was close. Oh, I can imagine both players really sweating that one. But again, you can see just... these Django matchups, whether it's the mirror or playing anything else, you can see just how much thought process has to go into every single action. Nothing is free. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is so intricate, so precise, so intentional. Even that first game, we saw how important the 1 base damage that was saved ended up mattering. If Brandon had that triple dark raid just on that turn before, that would have made all the difference, but didn't have it. Didn't have the sneak attack either. Just no real way to get the last few points of damage in. So very, very close. But that does mean we viewers get a game 3. No splash base activation for Zach that time around. Perhaps he didn't see the cards, or I wonder if he just was an adjustment in game plan going into this. This is good stuff. Brandon is going to get the start with the initiative. We saw how much that helped him in the first game. Game number 3. Will any of them have to mulligan this time? They're going through their options. And it looks like, nope. Both of them like their opening hands. All right. Game number 3, everybody. Brandon leading us off with Aura Singh. Zachariah immediately gets down that Gonk power droid. Going right into the next turn. So even if he chooses to use Aura Sing to go into the Gonk Power Droid, as far as Zach is concerned, he just saved himself 3 base health of damage. That's good enough. Good job, Gonk Power Droid. Let's see where Brandon chooses to go here. Ooh, we're actually going to see the Electromagnetic Pulse deal 2 damage to the Gonk Power Droid and exhaust it. Zach gets the resupply. He finally found some ramp, getting himself up to 4 resources, and Aura Sing gets in for 3 damage with a Kyle Tai Silencer to follow up, and Tarkentown to finish off that Gonk Power Droid, just to slow down some of that ramp from Zach a little bit. I don't think we've gotten to see a single Gonk Power Droid attack happen this entire match. Poor little guy has been denied. But because of the 5 resource resupply, we have an early Admiral Piet deploy, which means Zach can play a capital ship that costs up to 7. Aura Sing hits Zach's base. Oh, we're going to see a base activation again. It's another triple Dark Raid. Triple Dark Raid combined with Admiral Piet. So even though it costs 5 less with Admiral Piet, he can play one that costs 7 or less, and he still has 2 resources available. So you could play something that costs up to 9. It's going to be a Ruthless Raider. Ruthless Raider is going to come in, deals 2 damage to an enemy base and 2 damage to an enemy unit. So defeating that Kyle's TIE Silencer and getting some base damage in. There's that IG-2000 per usual, dealing a damage to both. Gonna exhaust, should only exhaust one of them. Jango Fett is not deployed, so it should only exhaust one of the units. They already have regrouped and gone on to the next phase. Hopefully that 2 damage from Piet doesn't end up being super important. He did claim the initiative, so Admiral Piet on the initiative here. Gets the attack off first, puts a couple more points of damage onto Brandon's Tarkentown. Tarkentown has been used. We're going to have Jango Fett deployed already. Is there a plot coming? We're going to see a good old Grindin plot. We sure are. Grindin's going to come down. He's going to name a card. Then name that Devastator and takes that right out of Zachariah's hand. Gets to see the rest, which there's a second Devastator. Along with that Ruthless Raider and one more shiny card. I didn't quite catch what that was. But here's that Devastator, allowing him to deal 4 indirect damage. Only gets to choose where it goes, which is going to be used to defeat that IG-2000. That is now a 9/6 space unit. But Brennan's got a decision here. Does he want to get the base damage in or just claim initiative to maybe stop the Devastator? And he says, yeah, I want to get the damage in. Gonna deal 6 more, 12 total damage on Zach's base. Still has a couple of resources available. Get his attacks. Does he want to play anything else out? See the Shinhati in his hand. Looks like there might be a triple dark raid as well. He's going to go with the Shinhati. Lots of damage for both players represented here. Zach with the initiative. Brendan at 6 resources. Zach at 7. Cracks in for 9 with the Devastator. Huge hit. Brennan double checking his resource row. A smart attack there, getting that Devastator attack in before Jango Fett can potentially exhaust it. Just guarantee that 9 damage. Jango Fett gets in for 3. And there's that Planetary bombardment again, dealing exactly 12 damage to Brandon's base. Zach is your winner with Admiral Piet Red Splash Base. Wow, what a showing. Very well played from both players. I'd be very curious to know if Brandon was able to practice this particular matchup a whole lot. I personally have not seen this particular deck happen a lot. Huge congrats to Zach for being our first player to move on into the semifinals. Let's see if we got try to get an update to our top 8 brackets here. And it looks like the other matches are still going. Well, in the meantime, this is our current top 8. Zach was the Admiral Piet player. All the other matches are still trying to be determined. And again, if you are just coming in for the finals, 6 of these players are on Jango Fett. One of them was just defeated by the Admiral Piet, and there's also a Gar Saxon in there. We'll have to see how these play out. I'll go ahead and get the round timer set up as well. I don't know if the other players are going to shift over into the feature match area or not. They may just choose to continue to play out their matches, which could be the case. You know, of course, they are allowed to do. A huge congrats to Brandon, by the way, making his first ever top 8, securing his first ever player points. Should definitely be proud of that accomplishment. Top 8ing any event, any competitive event like this is certainly no joke. I guess they are going for untimed top 8. Awesome. Very, very cool. Well, we'll see if anyone else is going to be hopping over into the feature match area. Otherwise, just in case, stay tuned as we get ready for our semifinals. We will be updating the top 8 brackets as we go, so definitely keep an eye out for that. And again, really appreciate you all watching. It does mean a lot. If you haven't already, it would mean even more if you could potentially subscribe to Channel Swoo. And I'll update brackets and show them as we go. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll get back to it very, very shortly. Alrighty, everybody. Hope you're ready for some more Star Wars Unlimited because we are now ready for the semifinals at this Eternal PQ. Take a look at the standing. Derek won his match, the number 1 seed going into this. Derek on Jango Fett Tarkintown, defeating Nicholas on Jango Fett, the 30 hit point red base. Ben winning his match on Gar Saxon, defeating Jango Fett. Kevin versus Andrew, both on Jango Fett. Kevin taking the win on that one. And then we watched Brandon versus Zach. Zach winning with Admiral Piet Splash Red. Very excuse me.
Very exciting.
We're going to go into the semifinals now. This is probably going to be the matchup most people wanted to see. We're going to see Gar Saxon versus Jango Fett. This Jango Fett deck, basically the one designed to defeat, Gar Saxon designed to defeat Jango Fett. Make sure I get their names correct here. The Gar Saxon player, that's Ben. Okay. Got. Oops. Got Ben versus Derek. Both of them are going to be on the 25 hit point bases. And once again, they're going to get the 3 minutes to start to review each other's deck lists, but we've talked about before, there's a good chance they probably know exactly what to expect from each other. I'm sure this is a matchup both of them have practiced quite a bit. Gar Saxon saying, this is what I want to beat, and Jango Fett saying, this is what I need to make sure I am prepared for. Derek rocking that Secret to Power Planetary Qualifier champion, so he clearly has won a PQ before. So it looks like he might already be qualified for the Galactic Championship. He might just be hunting for some more PQ points. Try to get ahead on that leaderboard. Players are setting up. The way this goes down, we could still see a Jango versus Jango finals, or we could see something get real wacky. Players are going to get their deck lists and they're going to get 3 minutes to review what their opponents are rocking. These top 8 rounds are untimed. They can take as much time as they need to until a winner is determined. No draws here. There he goes. 3 minutes begins for them to look over their opponent deck lists. Looking to see if there's any spice, any surprises, any Stygian primes. I know we've seen this matchup a couple of times today, and each one has always played out a little surprising. It's not a huge advantage for one person or the other. Like, even though this Gar-Saxon list is kind of designed to be the one that takes on Jango Fett, that doesn't give it an automatic win. It doesn't have like a 75-80% win rate against a Jango Fett. We've seen otherwise. So it is possible this could still go either way. Gar-Saxon might have the edge a little bit, possibly. But we've seen very experienced, very skilled Jango Fett players be able to play their deck around that and make sure they're the ones keeping that advantage. This is not going to be easy for either one of them. They're checking in on Darth Sion. We know there's at least that in Ben's list. Energy Conversion Lab going to be available for Ben. Really looking to use that with that Darth Vader unit. From Jump to Lightspeed. I'm sorry, from Legends of the Force. My brain. Woo. Derek with Jango Fett might struggle to use Tarkin Town a little bit, because Tarkin Town can only deal 3 damage to a already damaged unit, and if all of Ben's units come in with shields, that's going to be hard to open up that window for Tarkin Town just to clear some of them out and help protect his base. But I'm sure he's quite used to that. After all, he's already made it all the way to these semifinals. You don't get there based on dumb luck. There's a lot of practice and a lot of experience and a lot of skill going into this. We'll point out a fun little bonus fact for you. There are 0 heroic leaders or cards in the top 8. It is all villain. It is a dark side world, an eternal, and we're just living in it. Ben does not like his opening hand. He's going to ship them back and try to get a new one with this mulligan. Derek's still considering it. He says, you know what, this is very keepable. Hopefully a better hand this time. Let's just see some good matches. Resources are down. And there we go. Jango Fett leads off with that crafty smuggler. Ben gonna respond with a Secretive Sage, both playing 2/2s with shields. Secretive Sage getting a little bit more power thanks to Gar-Saxon's leader ability, basically a 3/2 compared to that crafty smuggler 2/2. This might end up playing a lot like Jango Fett mirror matches, like who wants to blink first. We got the P-38 Starfighter coming down that removes Secretive Sage's shield and more importantly removes a point of power because it's no longer upgraded. The Secretive Sage is going to do 2 damage. into Derek's base. And there's a Director Krennic. Oh, and a Han Solo. Oh, wow, just playing all kinds of units now. Very quick resource going to that four resource turn. And a very early triple Dark Raid coming in for Derek. He's going to look at the top 7 cards of his deck. It's going to cost 5 less. He does have 1 extra resource available, so he could find something to cost 6. He's going to find that IG-2000. He's going to let him ping a bunch of damage out, remove some shields, and more importantly, some damage from Ben's side of the field. Han Solo can attack, and if he does get an experience counter, which counts as an upgrade, and yet he's going to use that just to trade out with that crafty smuggler. An ISB agent showing an event out of his hand, dealing a point of damage to Director Krennic, and then uses Jango Fett to exhaust it. Darth Sion does come down. Director Krennic does make Darth Sion cost 1 less. So because a unit was defeated, it also means it has that experience counter on there. So Derek's going to start putting a lot of damage to the base. Notably, Energy Conversion Lab was not activated for Ben. Now Derek is actually staring down a lot of potential damage. Darth Sion can attack in for 7. That experience counter giving him +1/+1. Gar Saxon giving him an additional +1/+0. I got the feeling Ben's probably going to want to get that damage in before Derek can do something to exhaust it. Going into the 5 resource turn. Yep, sure enough. Darth Sion gets in for 9. 9 damage dealt to Derek's base. ISB agent just going to take out that Director Krennic. Still remains with 1 hit point remaining. See how stacked Derek's hands are. There's a Worth, there's a War Juggernaut, there's a Devastator, there's a Sneak Attack. Another IG-2000. Considers a Jango Fett deploy. Is looking down at that energy conversion lab and says, yeah, that's still active. I'm just going to attack in for 3. Let's put us both at 9 damage. Now Jango Fett comes out, so it looks like Ben passed after that attack. Can you do anything to that Jango Fett? Very valid action that some players ignore. It's a craving power onto Darth Sion, dealing 9 damage to Jango Fett, immediately defeating it. And now Darth Sion is a 9/7? And with Jango Fett defeated, if he doesn't claim the initiative this turn, we're looking at Darth Sion getting another attack, and he's going to use Sneak Attack to get the Juggernaut out. He's going to put a point of damage onto everything he can, because every point of damage that is on a unit, for every damaged unit, War Juggernaut gets bigger. That's 3. That's like an extra 6 point. They attack in for 6. Is choosing not to put the damage onto the Elite P38. Yeah, just gets in, deals a bunch of damage to Darth Scion, uses Tarkin Town to finish it off. That was looking pretty scary, but Derek, using his cards and his resources very wisely, takes down that massive threat of a 9-7. However, that War Juggernaut has been used up. He's got to rely on some of these other cards in his hand to try to close things up. Ben, with an empty side of the board, is thinking, all right, what can I get out to start pushing that damage onto your base? Because you're only threatening me with 4. That's not a whole lot. Your Jango Fett's defeated. I can deploy my Gar Saxon, maybe get some upgrades on him, or maybe plot something out. Ben does have the initiative. Gonna have first action. You know, always tell when a player is counting and doing math when they start tapping their finger on the table. That's the universal symbol for I am counting. Looks like a Lazarazi is going to come down. Lets him defeat that ISB agent. P38 gets in. Gar Saxon now deployed. Was there anything to plot out? Doesn't look like it. Here's going to be another triple dark raid coming in from Derek. Find a vehicle. Make it cost 5 less. It's a Ruthless Raider. It's going to come in, deal 2 damage to Ben's base and 2 damage to Gar Saxon. Jango Fett then exhausting Gar Saxon. And the Ruthless Raider is ready. There's a Leppy lookout for Ben. It does come in with a shield. If Ruthless Raider gets attacking from their 4, that's 18 total damage on Ben's base now. Derek's still only with 9. Ben has a lot of units out, though. Derek has a 3-2 in space. Energy Conversion Lab is still available. First action goes to Ben. Gonna get the Gar Saxon attack in. That's 4 damage. Says my other guy's got shield, so I don't think they can get pinged and exhausted. So I'll make sure Gar Saxon can get his pain in. We've seen Derek use 2 triple dark raids. Does he have another one? Doesn't, but he is going to play another Ruthless Raider, allowing him to take away Leppy Looks Out shield. Lazarazi's going to attack in, has the shield, deals 3 damage. Elite P38 Starfire attacks in, 3 more damage. 2 hit points remaining for Ben. 2 lethal space units. Does Ben have anything he can do to even stop that? Even if he defeats the Ruthless Raider gets defeated and deals another 2 damage to the base. I don't know if there's a way out for him at this point. Unless he can burst in a bunch of damage. Never say never. And says, nope, not really. Don't actually have it. All right, so the first game is going to go to Derek on Jango Fett Tarkin Town. This is what I was talking about earlier. Even though this Gar Saxon deck is based around trying to be the one that takes down these Jangos, it can still struggle, as we just saw. Even if it doesn't get their own units exhausted, because they have the shields, Jango Fett is still just so good at pushing all that base damage. As we've seen with that triple Dark Raid, coming down with Ruthless Raiders, coming down with Devastators. There's all kinds of big ships allowing that Jango Fett just to put in a lot of pain. It was pretty close though. We'll see how much the sideboard tech helps both players. Ben already done with his sideboarding. You know, I've done this matchup so many times. It's so fast for me to pull my sideboard cards. I know exactly which ones need to come out. It is second nature for me at this point. I'm ready for you. So really, is there anything going into this game that Gar Saxon could have done differently or hope to see to help him go into this matchup? And I don't have an immediate answer. We could potentially see maybe a little more interaction coming out of Gar. Maybe he has his own Power of the Dark Sides. Maybe he's got Haymakers. Maybe an earlier Lazarazi unit just to get some of that damage out onto some Jango Fett ground units. I would say the biggest thing he might be hoping to see is maybe just droid laser turret, just to get a shielded sentinel down, just to slow Jango Fett just enough that he can push his damage in, because that's what they're both trying to do. They're just trying to get their damage in very, very quickly, and a droid laser turret can buy him the time he needs to make sure he's getting his damage in while Jango Fett can't. And it didn't look like he saw one at all that last game. I don't believe I saw him resource one either. The decks are presented. Cuts are happening. Let's see some opening hands. Both of them taking a look. I think Ben's kind of on the edge there. He saw him touch his deck like, I'm ready to mulligan this, but then maybe changes his mind at that last second. Derek's got his resources down. It looks like he might be ready to go, and then Ben finally says, yeah, not quite enough. That's always tough when you get to those mulliganing decisions. Like, you're looking at your hand, you're like, this is keepable. It's got numbers that go up. It lets me curve out. I can go 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's all I'm really looking for. But I know I can do better, so it's, do I take that mulligan hoping I can do better, or do I just keep this knowing that I can cleanly curve out? And you know what? Being down a game, I certainly do not blame Ben here for trying to go for the better. He wants to start strong. He wants to keep that momentum. He wants to stay ahead. Is this the hand to do it? Great, resources are down. There's an Owen Lars to lead off with, which is going to allow him to restore some base damage off. And even if Derek has to attack into Owen Lars, that's basically still kind of like restore. It saves him a little bit of base health, but also means he's not pressuring Derek's base at all. 3 resources spent for the client now. Okay. Now we're getting spicy. Client also shielded, so does get the +1 power from Gar Saxon. P38 coming down takes away that shield right away, though. This is where we start to see that initiative really mattering. Looks like he claims, and Crafty Smuggler is going to go into the client, dealing him 2. Do we see a Tarkentown finish off the client right away? And the answer is yes. So Tarkentown is used up. No base damage yet. Derek with 5 total attack power. Ben with 0, but does have Restore 2. He can slow Derek down a little bit on this onslaught. He does have the initiative. And he passes. First thing he does is he has the initiative and passes, allowing Derek to triple Dark Raid. Top 7 cards. What does he find this time? Is it another Ruthless Raider? Always holding on to that 1 extra resource in case he needs to pay that 1, because Ruthless Raider does cost 6. Triple Dark Raid makes it cost 5 less. It's a 7th Fleet Defender. Little less exciting, but that is still a space unit. There's that shuttle coming down. Allows it to actually move the 7th Fleet Defender's shuttle around. Or sorry, his shield around. So you can take the shield off of the 7th Fleet Defender and put it on Owen Lars. And then the shuttle ST-149 comes in with a shield for itself. So it is a 4/4 shielded unit at the moment. Now, Derek has already spent his resources, so he's got to say, do I bother attacking in knowing that Owen Lars is just going to restore it? Or I start trying to take down some of these shields? But if Derek doesn't attack and just say passes or claims initiative, that gives Ben the opportunity just to end the phase. And then Derek doesn't get to attack with anything. Basically, really didn't get to do anything this turn. So Derek's got to make some kind of decision here. If he wants to bother getting those attacks in, is it still worth it getting it to base, or do I start taking down those shields? That's the question he's asking himself. It is not a simple answer. Again, basically at parity. Derek can attack for 5, Ben can attack for 3, but restore 2. With those shields on Ben's side, doing a lot of work. We're going to see Crafty Smuggler attack and hit Ben's base for 2 damage, which he is just going to attack with Owen Lars and restore it right off. Maybe he's thinking about it. Yep, just going to restore it back off. So they're just kind of trying to see how they can use their actions now. P38 gets in 3 more damage. Ben claims initiative. And then that 7th Fleet gets in for another 3. Both players now at 5 resources. And we know what that means for Jango Fets. Ben's going to immediately take on that P38. It loses its shield. He's going to use the P38's on-death trigger to take off the shield from Owen Lars. An ISB agent is going to be played from Derek. He has to reveal an event, and if he does, it's a triple Dark Raid, allows him to deal a point of damage, and then Django can exhaust it. So he's going to exhaust that Owen Lars just to stop that restore from Ben. That's how knowing that Owen Lars restore is. But now Crafty Smuggler is going to defeat Owen Lars, which means Ben gets to look at the top 5 cards of his deck and look for a force unit, which basically means, can I find Darth Scion or Vader? And it looks like, no, not this time. But they're going to go on the bottom. I think Ben just did another pass. Seventh Fleet Defender, played for Derek. Trying to figure out if he can bait in that Jango Fett. Gets the Long Pike down. Jango Fett's deployed. Ben's going to claim initiative. Django's going to attack in. There's only a single point of damage on Derek's base. Six resources turn can be pretty big for the Gar Saxon deck, especially with Energy Conversion Lab still available. 5 resources exhausted. There's a craving power onto Long Pike, giving it enough power to defeat Jango Fett thanks to Gar Saxon. Long Pike now basically a 7/8 that can attack and give some shields. Derek considering his options. Asking himself, how much do I want to stop that Long Pike from attacking? Checking the resource row. See if there's anything to smuggle. Gonna go for one more triple Dark Raid. Impressive at just how many triple Dark Raids he's been finding every single game. Look at the top 7. Can he find any super impactful vehicles? He finds the Ruthless Raider. That's going to put 2 more damage onto Ben's base. However, Jango Fett was defeated this phase, so he is exhausted. That means the 2 damage onto a unit from the Ruthless Raider cannot exhaust any of them. That Long Pike is going to be ready to attack in for 7 damage. He puts the damage on Long Pike anyway. One more resource spent. Is that a Nimble Prowess? Nimble Prowess comes down, exhausting the Ruthless Raider. Not only that, the Nimble Prowess is going to give +1/+1 to that shuttle, and Gar Saxon is going to be another +1/+0. So now that's a 5/4. Defender attacks in for 3. Long Pike attacking in for 7. Gets to decide where he wants to put some shields. He's going to put another shield on the 7th Fleet Defender so that the Long Pike can get a shield, and then Crafty Smuggler attacks in for 2. Losing on that Ruthless Raider damage is massive. 5 damage going into Derek's base. And don't forget, Gar Saxon can still deploy. Debating how he wants to use this ISB agent. Going to choose to get rid of that Long Pike shield. Action over to Ben. Does he get that Gar Saxon deployer? Does he claim to get that Long Pike attack in? And nope, he's going to get Gar Saxon. Attack in for 4. 4 more damage to Derek's base. 16 to 17. Ben with a lot of power on the board. Ruthless Raider goes back to his hand because of sneak attack. Derek with the initiative. Has 5 damage represented on board, but there is that Ruthless Raider. That's 2 more. Ben needs to deal 8 more damage to Derek. Jango Fett's available, so we could see this crafty smuggler maybe just crash into one of these big ground units just to exhaust them. Maybe that's enough to slow Ben down. If Derek is feeling defensive, he could potentially still be trying to get the attacks in and go for the big finish. Is there another triple dark raid in hand? Is there another sneak attack in hand? Could he triple dark raid into a Devastator for the last 4 points of damage he needs on board? We're going to see a sneak attack. He's going to sneak attack in that War Juggernaut. War Juggernaut's going to deal 1 damage to as many units as it wants. It's going to get +1/+0 for every damage unit. That includes itself, or any of Derek's units. Jango Fett is also going to be used to exhaust that Long Pike off of that damage. This is going to be a very big Juggernaut. Could that be enough to finish the game? As we said before, Energy Conversion Lab is still available for Ben. Three damage units. War Juggernaut is currently a 6/7. Nimble Prowess from Gar Saxon, exhausting the War Juggernaut. Nimble Prowess again. Gar Saxon, now upgraded. Receive 3 damage to the base from that 7th Fleet Defender. Plus a hotshot blaster off of Gar Saxon, giving him just enough to finish off Derek. Wow! Those nimble prowesses. That was some of the most clutch prowess of nimbility. That's a word that I've ever seen. Very, very close. Very, very tight. Both of them just trying to play to their outs. Both of them just trying to play to win. And that's the big thing that we're seeing here. None of them were. We didn't see maneuvers from either of them that was playing to not lose. Every single one of their actions was, I'm trying to win. Whether that's the War Juggernaut, whether that's the Ruthless Raider. Seeing those nimble prowesses go down and making sure that damage goes to base rather than trying to take out more units. That was a hotshot blaster. Out of aspect, by the way, onto Gar towards the end of there. They see the hotshot blaster and say, you know what, I would happily smuggle this out for 5, which is exactly what Ben did. Now we're going to go to game 3. This is going to be a close one, folks. Derek's got to be thinking now, respect the one readied resource. If I see a resource that's still up and it's only one, assume it's a nimble prowess play. Still considering resourcing decisions. Both players actually kept their hand. No mulligans this time. And we're in it. Jango Fett gets the lead. Looks like he just passes, allowing Gar to play Han Solo and Owen Lars. ISB agent is played by Jango. Shows an event. Takes the shield off of Han Solo at least. But Derek with the initiative uses the ISB agent to take down Han Solo. The client back down for Ben. P-38 played by Derek. Damage put onto Owen Lars. Exhausted by Jango Fett. So it looks like the P-38 is going to take away the client's shield, not hit the Owen Lars. Which means Ben will take the initiative. Very familiar starts. Derek's got a pair of cards on the opposite side of the field that he does need to deal with because Owen Lars can restore 2 with every single swing. And if he starts using the client to put bounties on his units that are fragile, like say that ISB agent there, that could also potentially get a lot of base restoration for Ben. But that's not really something that Derek can ignore right now. Ben, on the other hand, not pressuring Derek at all. Very defensive cards. Might be trying to make the game go a little bit longer where he feels like Gar has the better shot. Looks like a pretty important resourcing turn here for Ben. He does have the initiative. Now, an energy conversion lab was not used at all last game. Are we going to see it this game? Looks like he's still mulling it over. Harkentown is also still available for the Jango Fett player. They've played these matchups so many times. They know once they get to the 4 resources, there are so many options that could happen. And we're going to see Energy Conversion Lab with that 149 shuttle. It's going to come in. It comes in with a shield. And it's going to ambush into that P-38. No token upgrades available from the opponent. So he's going to ask himself, where does he want to put the shuttle's shield? He's going to put it on the shuttle and use it to hit in the P-38. P-38 now gets to deal a point of damage. What's he want to exhaust? He's going to exhaust the client. Now Derek only has 1 attack power, and that's off his ISB agent, who's already injured. It's a 1/2. He's just gonna slap itself into the client. That does put the client down to 3 hit points remaining, which means it is in Tarkentown range. All he's gonna do is bother is just claim the initiative. Client gets Tarkentown and finished off. And we're gonna see Shin Hadi played for Derek. Are we going to the next phase? This is astounding. We're going to the 5 resource turn. There is 0 damage on either player's base. Complete reversal compared to that game 1. You can see how much they've adjusted their decks and adjusted their plays on how they want to go through this. First base damage is done. Shuttle gets in for 3. Shin Hadi is going to defeat the client. So Ben's going to look at the top 5 cards of his deck, find a force unit. No Darth Scion for him. But again, that basically saved 4 base damage off of that Shin Hadi. So Owen essentially still restored. I only just now realized I did not have the Gar Saxon leader on the overlay on the left. Apologies for that. Guerrilla Soldier played by Derek. 3 indirect damage. Ben's going to put it all onto the shuttle. Craving Power onto the shuttle. Gets +2/+2. Use that to defeat the Guerrilla Soldiers. Crafty Smuggler then played. Jango Fett deployed. 3 damage into Ben's base. Six restores turn, only 3 damage on either player's base. This is again very different from the previous matches. Before we saw Derek use tons of triple dark raids going into every single match that he could, or every single game that he could. Usually multiples. He wanted to get those early Ruthless Raiders at the 4 resource turn. But no triple dark raid this time around. He's got the Ruthless Raider already in hand. But he just hasn't been able to get that hasted damage. Gonna bring Gar Saxon out, which could get immediately exhausted. Derek's gonna tap some resources, all 6 of them. Gonna play that Ruthless Raider. Ruthless Raider gonna deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to the base, which will be used to exhaust Gar Saxon. Energy Conversion Lab has already been used. We will not see an ECL'd Vader come in. The shuttle with the Craving Power does have 6 total attack. So could potentially trade out with a Ruthless Raider. And looking at this board state, doing internal math. There's that finger. There's that counting finger trying to figure out who's the beatdown right now. Who can get the damage in the most? Lazarazi comes down. We're going to give it the experience or the shield. I'm going to give it the shield. It gets the +1/+0 from Gar Saxon, and it's going to deal 3 damage to Django. Shinhati gets in for 5. Yep, that should be 5, not 4 over on Ben's side. Because they are upgraded. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking... Nope, they're correct. I was thinking Gar Saxon getting the +1/+0. So many shielded units. So many upgrades. Seven resource turn. Then with the initiative, we see 5 resources tapped right away. Craving Power comes down, defeats Django Fett. Gar Saxon is fundamentally getting +3/+2. Now a 7/7. No exhaust available for Django because he was just defeated. Ruthless Raider attacks in. Saw him tap that one resource. Is this another Nimble Prowess? There's the Nimble Prowess, exhausting Shinhati. Gar Saxon now an 8/8. Triple Dark Raid again coming in from Derek. Has the resources. Can he find something like a Devastator? Looks at the top 7 cards of his deck. Finds Devastator. Devastator comes down, 4 indirect damage, but Derek gets to choose where that indirect damage goes. Could use that to defeat some units, unless he feels that's enough to just push that base damage. It is going to be readied. Yep, puts 1, defeats the shuttle. Puts 1, defeats the Lazarazi. And he's got one last Nimble Prowess that he can't play anymore because the Devastator took out the space units. Derek takes the match with a very clutch triple dark raid right at the end, finding exactly what he needed, which was that Devastator, giving him just enough to put out that indirect damage, defeat those units, and then Ben was not able to use that Nimble Prowess. So even if he had not done that, if he had put that damage onto base or put it onto Gar Saxon or anywhere else, that Nimble Prowess would have just devastated the Devastator. But no, wisely choosing, I need those units gone. I know I'm dead soon, but I think I can beat you so long as you don't freaking Nimble Prowess me. And that's exactly what he made sure to play around. Very well played by Derek. I believe we might be ready to get straight into our quarterfinals. Let me update the brackets for you all. Make sure I've got my sources correct. Yeah. All right, everybody. Let's look at the top 8 bracket one more time. We're going to see Derek versus Kevin Sheng. Which means we are seeing a Django Fett finals. Django Fett Mirror. Kevin versus Derek. Wouldn't surprise me if they pause for just a brief moment. Maybe use the restroom, get some water, collect their thoughts. I might do the same. But we shouldn't be too long of a break. We're just going to spend a few minutes and probably come right back into the finals. All right, I'll check in with them, and we're going to get started pretty soon. Don't go anywhere. The finals are coming up. Alrighty, everybody. As promised, we're going to get started into our finals very, very soon. Let's take one last look at the top 8. Going into this, 6 players on Django Fett. 1 player on Admiral Piet Splash Red. 1 player on Gar Saxon. And now we come down to the finals. It's going to be Derek versus Kevin. Both of them on Django Fett Tarkin Town. So we're going to see a mirror match for the finals. We've seen a couple other Django Fetts play today, but those were Tarkin Town versus 30 hit point base. So it could be a little bit different. Players getting ready, getting themselves set up. We're going to have Kevin versus Derek. Derek helping me out a lot by sitting in the same seat, so I don't have to do too many changes. Now this could be a very interesting matchup, as I don't actually know if they're even running the exact same list or not. They could be doing something a little different. They could be doing something a little spicy compared to each other. And if it just so happens that they are running the exact same list, what does that mean for them? How do they play around that? We're going to be seeing a lot of dark raids tripled. We're going to be seeing a lot of raids that would be considered ruthless. And we're going to be seeing some very devastating devastators coming from both players here. Checking over their player deck lists right now. This is it. The winner of this is going to get 100 qualifying points. Kevin needs this to qualify for Galactics. Of course, also going to get a ton of other sweet prizes, including the top 8 promo cards, plus a bunch of other things courtesy of Mock's boarding house in Bellevue, Washington. There's a lot on the line. We're going to take all that time to look over these deck lists. Just making sure there aren't any potential surprises. Doing a quick look, it doesn't look like Derek has qualifying points either, unless he's under a different name, which is possible. So it could be both of these players are looking to try to get their qualification for Galactics this summer, happening in Las Vegas, end of July. Kevin's got his resources ready. Derek's got his. Or does he? Now he does. Initiative is there. Here we go, everybody. This is the finals as we try to figure out who's going to be the champion for the first ever Eternal PQ here in Bellevue, Washington. Crafty Smuggler for Kevin. Kylo's Tice Silencer for Derek. It comes down to a strict damage race. Derek has a single point advantage at the moment. We're going to see 3 damage go into his base. Crafty Smuggler attacks back for 2. P-38 Starfighter removes that Crafty Smuggler shield. That's now 6 damage in total for space. Kevin only's got 2 on the ground. And that's a lot of space presence for Derek already, so now he's got to consider, is it worth him trying to get some of that space presence? Tarkentown is available for both players, though, so maybe that could be used to remove some of these units. Kevin having to kind of consider this right now. See that punishing one in Derek's hand, an ISB agent, and that triple dark raid. The old classic combo. Kevin plays Shinhati. And just like that, they both have equal amounts of attack power on the field. Derek claims initiative. Very careful resourcing decisions. There's a surprise strike in hand for Derek. We're going to see the Kylo Ren attack in first. Three more damage to Kevin's base. 6 damage total. Crafty Smuggler attacks in for another 2. Brings Derek up to 4 damage. This is where we're going to start seeing those triple Dark Raid turns, though. Another 3 coming in from the P-38 Starfighter. Shinhati gets in for 4. So much back and forth. The action is now back onto Derek. And he's had that triple Dark Raid, and he likes holding on to it for the 4 resource turn so he can play that and hit the Ruthless Raider. There's also an ISB agent, a surprise strike, and a punishing one. And he's really going over the options, like which one do I really like the most here? Because what he's considering is if he goes for something like, say, a triple Dark Raid into any kind of vehicle unit, it's possible for Kevin to play a P-38 and IG-2000. And he ends up passing, so Kevin just claims initiative, says it's not worth the risk. If I triple Dark Raid something, Jango Fett's just going to exhaust it down, and that's not worth it to me. So he is just going to pass, giving Kevin the initiative, which is huge, because now he can still get that Jango Fett exhaustion. Start to see things turn very quickly. Derek eager to get more damage into Kevin's base. Did see Kevin with the IG-11 in his hand. So now there's a consideration of like, do I get that Jango deploy? And he says yes, but he's also going to plot out Garindin. 2 Garindins. He can play both. Only one will be able to stay in, but he does have to reveal both. So here comes the first one. He's going to name a card. Does he name that triple Dark Raid? He does name triple Dark Raid, hits it out of Derek's hand. And because he gets to play 2 Garindins, he gets to see the rest of Derek's hands, meaning he can immediately play the other Garindin and take something else out right away. Did see the hand. Going back over his. And just says, nope, I'm good just taking away the triple Dark Raid. The rest of what you've got is not that exciting to me. Derek plays the punishing one. Point of damage onto Jango Fett. Jango Fett exhausting Jango Fett. And that plot was done correctly because you have to reveal every plot card you do intend to play. Doesn't mean you have to, but you have to show the plot cards first before you back out of it. Here comes the sneak attack. It's a sneak attack IG 2000 point. It's going to do 1 damage to 3 units, and that's going to be every single thing that Derek has. Jango Fett is deployed for Kevin, which means they all get exhausted. Derek deploys his own Jango Fett. Crafty Smuggler ready to attack. Is going to go into Jango Fett. Kevin's saying, I think it's more important I prevent 3 damage from you than it is for me to get in for 2 damage. Derek claims initiative. IG-11 is sneak attacked, which means it does get defeated at the end of this phase. He's going to go for the base. Shin Hati gets in for another 4. And just like that, Derek's up to 15 total damage on his base. Plus a Tarka Town activation from Kevin still takes out another unit. Just cleaning things up here. Both players draw their cards. We're going into the 6 resource turn. Derek's got options though. That punishing one can attack and deal damage on the attack, exhausting one of Kevin's units, and it gets stronger for every damaged enemy unit. Here comes that punishing one attack. It's going to hit Kevin's Jango Fett and exhaust it, meaning punishing one gets in for 4. Kevin doing some math. Trying to figure out the total amount of damage coming in versus the total amount of damage that he can put out. Shin Hati and Gurinden can get in for 5, which would put Derek to 20. Or does he want to exhaust Jango Fett instead? Or does he want to put this 1 damage from Gurinden? Going to exhaust the Jango Fett. He's going to play a little defensively. If that's the case, that could be Kevin kind of signaling, I don't think I can win this turn, but I want to make sure I can win next turn. I'll protect my base. I'll make sure you can't attack. I still have this shielded Shin Hati. She can probably get in for 4. These 6 resource turns are scary, though. Derek double-checking his hand. You can see the intensity. Looking back and forth between the field and his hand. Plays his own Shin Hati. Shin Hati from Kevin gets into Derek's base. This puts Derek up to 19 total damage, and Kevin is sitting over there at 13. Still has all of his resources up, so Kevin could be trying to set himself up for a potentially very big triple dark raid. Because the more resources used up by Derek, it's more of an open window for Kevin to do what he wants. A triple dark raid into a Ruthless Raider would easily finish up this match. That also could be why Derek is not attacking with that P-38 Starfighter, just in case there is a triple dark rated space unit. It's like, does he have to attack? And now he says, I can't help it. P-38 is going to attack in. 3 more damage. Kevin's at 16. Base damage totals are getting up there. 2 resources spent from Kevin for the sneak attack. It's the sneak attack, Ruthless Raider. Guaranteeing the 2 damage onto Derek's base, plus 2 more damage onto a unit. You go around to Jango Fett. Derek still has resources left. Can he exhaust this Ruthless Raider so he does not die this action? Now the Ruthless Raider can attack in for 4. Pays 1. It's the ISB agent. ISB agent reveals an event. It's the surprise strike. 1 point of damage dealt to Ruthless Raider, causing Jango Fett to exhaust it. But now Kevin can claim initiative, which means Shin Hati can now get in the last 4 points of damage. And Derek's like, yeah, that is enough. I can stop the Ruthless Raider, but I cannot stop that Shin Hati. First win is going to go to Kevin Sheng. Wow, and I know we've talked about this plenty of times before, all throughout the day, but these Jango Fett mirrors, these are just so fascinating to watch. At no point when you are sitting down across another Jango Fett player, you cannot play on autopilot. And both of these players are doing an excellent job of not playing on autopilot. They are going over their resources every single action. They're mulling over their cards every single play. They are double checking what their draws are. They're looking at their possible plot cards. They're looking at what they think the opponent could possibly be doing. They're checking to see how they can set up their Tarkin towns. They aren't just swinging their cards. They are being so very, very meticulous with every single thing here. It's just awesome to watch. Is there a lot of Jango Fett? Yes, absolutely, but you have to at least concede that these are fantastic matches to watch. Not a blowout. These are some true 50-50 matches. Now we're going to have to see how Game 2 goes. Could be another one where initiative matters a lot for those exhaust abilities of Jango. We're setting up Tarkin Town. Usually it's safer for a player to use Tarkin Town when they don't have the initiative, because usually the person with the initiative wants to keep it, which means they have a free opportunity to use that Tarkin Town without having to worry about losing that first action on the next turn. Both players are getting ready. Very, very curious to see how this one goes. Could see a repeat of a match from earlier today where we could just see them play all their shielded units and just try to get that damage into the base. Let's take a look here. Kevin making some resources checks. Looking to determine if this is a keepable opening hand. Derek doing the same, and it looks like he's got his 2 resources set, as does Kevin, and there we go. We're ready for game number 2. It's going to be Crafty Smuggler on Crafty Smuggler action. Here comes the shielded unit face-off. The Gorilla Soldier is the follow-up for Derek, causing that 3 indirect damage. So no matter what, at least 1 is going to go into Kevin's base, so the Gorilla Soldier is going to get readied. Kevin says all 3 can go to my base. Kevin sends the Crafty Smuggler into the Gorilla Soldier, uses Jango Fett to exhaust it. Derek's Crafty Smuggler taking out Kevin's Crafty Smuggler. Crafty on Crafty Violence. This does leave Derek with 2 units still on his side of the board. Now Kevin does have all his resources up. Plus a Tarkin Town available. He's going to go with Shin Hati. Leveraging that shield and just says, if you want to send your units into this, they are going to die. And then uses Tarkin Town to finish off that Gorilla Soldier. And now they're going to get ready for that next resource turn. Here's that 4 resource turn. We could start seeing those triple dark raids into Ruthless Raiders. Shin Hati with the all-important shield, which means it can't get exhausted very easily. So it'll go 2 to base, with 4 coming back to Derek because of Shin Hati. We see that IG-11 in Derek's hand. Even though and he's actually just going to go Daring Raid just to do 2 points of damage to Shin Hati, basically popping her shield. Leaving up 3 resources for himself. See his hands the War Juggernaut, the IG-2000, and Electromagnetic Pulse. Not super great follow-up plays here, but does want to set up trying to use Crafty Smuggler to take down this Shin Hati. So going into this, Derek making some defensive plays. Kevin still trying to figure out where he wants to be. 3 resources still up is representing quite a bit. He's going to go 3, and there's that triple dark raid. It's going to start up. He's going to go to the top 7 cards of his deck. Finding a Ruthless Raider here would be huge because that defeats the Crafty Smuggler and protects Shin Hati. And he finds it. He's going to check his other options too, just to make sure. And there it is, Ruthless Raider, 2 damage to Derek's base, killing Crafty Smuggler. And there's the Electromagnetic Pulse dealing 2 damage to the Ruthless Raider and exhausting it. He knew exactly what was going to happen. He's played this own deck so many times. He knew the Ruthless, or the Triple Dark Raid was going to come, so he kept up that card just to save himself 4 base damage. This does give Kevin the initiative and a free attack with Shin Hati, but it still saved Derek 4 extra damage that not much else could have been played out of his hand. Showing a lot of restraint, really. And that comes from a very seasoned player of this Jango Fett deck. Like I said, these are decks that you cannot play on autopilot. A less experienced player might have just windmill slammed down that IG-2000 or popped up a triple dark raid as soon as he could, but no, not Derek. Derek is going to play it slow. He's going to try to clear out that shield and maybe get Shin Hati into a lethal threat. And he's going to hold on and try to bait out those triple dark raids so he can punish it while only spending a couple resources. Going into the 5 resource turn, this is when Jango Fett starts the deploy. Kevin with initiative. Going over if he wants to try to get that Shin Hati attack off right away. Doing anything else. We could see a possible pump and just burst in some damage. Or he just forgot he has initiative, which happens. Shin Hati then attacks in for 4. Derek deploys his own Jango Fett. No plot coming out from him, though. We can see another Kevin deploy into a Gurinden. Here comes Jango Fett. And the answer is no. We're just going to see Jango on Jango violence. Just hitting each other for 3. No plot cards for either of them. Again, look at this. Both of them just trying to maneuver for positioning against these Jangos. Aura Singh comes down for Derek. Kevin with another triple dark raid. There's a triple dark raid number 2 for him. What can he find this time? There's another Ruthless Raider. That's exactly what he plays. Ruthless Raider back down again. Going to deal 2 damage to Derek's base, plus 2 damage to a unit. It's going to go on to Jango Fett. Jango now has 5 total damage on himself. Now Derek responds with a triple Dark Raid in kind. Can he find something else to exhaust Kevin's Ruthless Raider? Wow, just look at this. Both players going back and forth. Just trying to see if they can be the one to exhaust the other player's unit. Whether it's the triple Dark Raid, whether it's the unit. It's a punishing one. Punishing one does need to come in and deal a point of damage. That will exhaust the Ruthless Raider. But Kevin has his own electromagnetic pulse, which is going to exhaust the punishing one. Wow, just the back and forth, both players showing excellent control, excellent knowledge of this matchup, knowing exactly what it is that they got to do, try to make sure that either side can't get these free triple Dark Raid attacks. $12 damage on Derek's base, 5 on Kevin's. Derek with the first action. We're going to see Aura Singh attack in for 3 and exhaust Jango Fett. There's an opportunity for Kevin to use Shin Hati to take out the other Jango Fett. Actually, he's going to prioritize base damage. 4 more damage onto Derek's base. What else could we see come down? Derek uses his Jango Fett to go for base. And either player not really looking to try to just trade Jangos. 6 resources for Kevin. Plays that Ruthless Raider from hand that we've known about since that early triple Dark Raid. Giving the 2 damage to Derek's base and giving him enough to defeat Jango Fett. 6 resources spent for Derek. Is he going to respond in kind? Hesitates, only goes to 4. It's an IG 2000. It's going to put 1 damage onto everything, which is enough to defeat Kevin's Django Fett. Kevin claims initiative. Tarkentown used to finish off Shinhati. All Kevin has left now is a Ruthless Raider, but with Derek at 18 point base damage already, that might end up being enough. Derek has only been able to do 8 damage to Kevin's base this entire game. He's got to find a way to stop this Ruthless Raider damage and be attacking in enough that he can start turning these things around. But if Kevin goes to another triple Dark Raid or a sneak attack, that might end up being it. Let's see what Kevin can do to try to lock this up. It's a surprise strike. It comes in for exactly 7 damage. That's 25 damage to the base, and Kevin wins it. Kevin just won his first Planetary Qualifier in Star Wars Unlimited, and just like that, he is now ready to go to Galactics in Las Vegas this coming July. All he needed was that surprise strike. Wow! Being able to claim that initiative and then have that pump. And he's been holding on to that surprise strike for quite some time. We saw that in his hand. Again, that patience both players have shown this entire time. The way that they knew exactly how to play around either one of these decks. That was so close, so tight. These Django Fett mirror matches are excellent. These are awesome to watch. Huge congrats to Kevin for taking this down. Well, everybody, I do appreciate you checking in. As a reminder, my commentator desk cam stopped working in the middle of this, so you don't get to see my beautiful face. It's only just my okayish voice letting you know. Man, I appreciate you watching. I hope you had an awesome time for the first Eternal PQ here in North America, courtesy of Mox Boarding House. One last time before we go out, we just want to remind you, you are watching this on Channel Swoop. It would mean a lot to us if you hit that subscribe button, as we are trying to inch ever closer to that 500 subscriber mark. That is a huge landmark for new YouTube channels and makes all the difference. And it is free and painless for you just to mouse over and hit that subscribe button. It would help us out a lot. Plus, we here on Channel 2 love to focus on Limited. If you like Draft, if you like Sealed, and if you like Star Wars Unlimited, be sure to subscribe for everything Channel 2. And of course, one last huge thank you to Mox Boarding House here in Bellevue, Washington, right outside of Seattle. Eat, drink, play. Bring your friends, and if you're a Star Wars Unlimited player, come on by on Mondays and Tuesday evenings, because that's where we have our Star Wars Unlimited nights. We have a very, very healthy Star Wars Unlimited scene here, and if you need people to play with, you can come on by, and that's where you can meet people like myself playing, and that's where you can see people like Kevin here, our new Planetary Qualifier champion for Eternal, here on this very lovely April night. That is going to do it for us here at Channel Sue. Thank you all so very much for watching. You guys have a good rest of your night, and good luck in your future Planetary Qualifiers.